And we're live, officially. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we're good.
All right. Um, Gonna look into what were you talking about first, Mark? You said something you had thinking about. I can't remember what it was.
I thought we were diving right into the meat. What are we what are we doing? We didn't even give a good intro, did we?
Oh yeah, good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing out there? Uh,
Very.
thanks for watching. Click that button. Is that what everyone says now?
Smash that like button, you know,
Yeah, that's right. Okay, there.
as the cool kids say.
I'm catching on.
Yeah, hey, we'll see. It's gonna change, and then like by the time we all figure out it's probably already outdated, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
yeah. Something else.
I don't I don't care about being trendy.
Nah, we're not cool. So
We're not cool.
anyway,
We're the coolest. What are you talking about?
yeah. All right.
Epilepsy's
What
not cool, man.
what did these
Come
cool
again?
cats? Hmm? Oh, okay. What did these cool cats want to talk about? Do we want to start off with the death penalty issue because of
Uh,
the man in
Uh,
Oklahoma, or did we want to talk with the cats? We could do either
we were
one.
getting into it. I think the cats would be a good lighten the mood thing. Let's get all
Okay.
intense.
um,
Yeah, right.
oh, I did have one thing. Um, Mark, can you answer one question for me? I've had
I'll
this
try.
question for you because sorry to put you out there. For Oreos, I was having a conversation with my mom.
Hmm.
Two cookies or one cookie? I thought it was. It seems like it should be two cookies. But
I mean,
my
I
mother
don't
said the
know.
whole
It
thing is a
depends
cookie.
on whether you've disassembled it or not. It's one cookie until you like twist it apart, right? Or wait, but it's two cookies with the filling in between, isn't it? Right?
Okay, so
It's the stuff.
initially it's two
It's
cookies.
separate. I mean, it is separate from the cookies. I mean, well, yeah, you can't say Oreo.
That's the
Oh
glory
man,
of it.
that's a
It's
hard question.
I know
Oh,
I'm one.
I'm gonna have to
Yeah,
say
they
it's
said we're
two
pretty cool.
cookies. It's two cookies. A single Oreo is an assembly of two cookies with their stuffing in between, I think. I don't know.
I was watching one of those
Oh,
cooking shows and something came up. No, no, what was it? It's a cookie like that, or something. I can't remember the name of it, and it's driving me nuts now because it's a lot like
I
an
was
Oreo.
Was it Hydrox?
um they said we're
Yeah,
pretty cool on the internet. That's from Jeff.
always Jeff. He's cool.
Yeah, I told him we was cool. He said we weren't. We're the coolest. I already know.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, comment here says you're pretty cool, and thanks for that. Um, and Mark said we're gonna go with the dogs. A
The
question
dog.
I had for you, because I looked up cats and dogs. I looked up dogs because there was this girl, and she owned a dog named uh Jamin Shiba or Jomon, and yeah. Then I looked up a bunch of other Japanese dogs, and the Japanese Mastiff I found the most interesting. I mean, me personally, check him out. big, ugly looking dog. Scary looking.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the Mastiff. It's-
Um, yeah, on Bing it says he's a fighting dog, Japanese fighting dog.
Really? Like the Japanese version of the pit bull?
Is that something they still have in Japan?
Mm, mm. Um,
Oh boy.
you said is the Mastiff still in Japan?
Well, I mean, if they breed Japanese dog fighting dogs, do they still like that?
I was thinking
Begs,
that.
begs the
Are they
question,
still
do
fighting?
they still have, dog fighting? Is that like a legal thing in an open, you know?
I mean, just because it's legal or illegal doesn't mean it's happening or not happening, right? It's illegal here and dogfights happen all the time.
Mhm,
It's just it just make it go underground. I don't know.
mhm. Maybe I'm just assuming too much
Oh,
just because, yeah. But
yeah.
They
Yesterday I
might
was
they
being
might
kind of
be
difficult.
harsher on it than we are here. I know that
mm,
Japanese law enforcement, their controlled substance laws are draconian by our standards here. Um,
uh,
you get caught with drugs over there, it's like a life sentence.
a lot of
Um,
stuff is tough over there. From pornography laws and
and yet there's so much of that, if it's just animated, it's fine, and
yeah.
it becomes shocking to our standards over here when we see it. It's
Yeah.
it's
We
strange.
don't realize how much free speech we actually do have compared to a lot of other countries are. I mean, they
Oh
still
yeah.
have a high standard of free speech for European
Uh,
countries, but
there's places where you can't even be loud at. You go to jail for it.
I was not aware of that.
Um,
To jail for it.
I'm sorry I said it without the research. I was looking at some
I, I
articles.
don't deny it. There's insane rules everywhere, but like Germany, you can't deny the Holocaust. I think that's against the law there.
Uh, I think it might be a Russian country where you can't be too loud or you can't. There was an article
Uh,
about someone yelling in a mall. I forgot what country it was in. Yeah.
well, to be fair, the Russian countries are insane.
Yeah.
And
Mark, did you look up the dog I was telling you about?
Uh,
The
I, I've,
Jamin?
I'm,
There's a lot of Japanese dogs, but one thing I did see about them is they all have curly tails. Is there a reason for that? Do they find some way to breed them and all get curly tails?
I
All the
mean,
dogs?
there may have been the first breed of domesticated dogs that came over to Japan initially had a curly tail, and that was the breeding stock from which they used to uh, breed out all the others. It may just be a common trait from, indicative of a common ancestor, not necessarily something they're intentionally selecting for.
Too late now. All of them are curly.
I mean, it's
mm,
not necessarily a bad trait as long as it's not um, a hindrance for survival. There's no reason for it to have any pressure to change, right?
Or they got the Japanese bobtail and the Carolean bobtail. Those have puffy tails in their cats. Poofy tail in particular. I was like, Mark would find that interesting. Poofy, I don't know if Poofy has a poofy tail, does he?
Poofy does. Poofy's tail. Poof. She uses it like a flag a lot of times. When she walks into a room, it's like she lifts it straight up. But when Kitty walks in, her tail is like horizontal. She's like, more like a
Mm.
rudder. It's interesting. But yeah, Poofy's tail is big. Um,
Um, I was looking up the Bengal cat, and they said it's a could be naturally aggressive, and that's what I was thinking. Like, how were some types of animals just naturally aggressive? Um,
yeah, I had a friend who actually had a Bengal cat. Um, and yeah, named it Benji. And for a long time, he kept going and editing the Wikipedia article to put that cat back in as like the archetypal photo of Bengal cats. Let me see. He might
oh,
still
another one
be.
was. Have you ever heard of Japan? Has some cats that they breed, and I've
Oh, it
seen
looks
some
like,
that
yeah, that's not
they.
Benji.
Um, there's a cat called the American Shorthair, and the Scottish Fold, the Russian Blue, and the Maine Coon. They have
Yeah.
cats that are named after other places, and
Yeah,
yeah, why
Poofy's
would you
got
name
some. Poofy is, if not fully Maine Coon, she's largely or mostly Maine Coon. I think she's the shape of her, like she's got this big um poofy like, shape to her neck to mane, like a lion's mane,
Have
not
you ever
like
seen?
a, but I think she did come from up north. I mean, there's like three different lengths of fur on her. Her body, and then her up around her head is all like fluffy, and then her tail is big and fluffy too. And that's kind of a trait that a lot of Maine Coons have. But she's not super, super, super fluffy like some of them are. So it's yeah, I don't know. She didn't come with paperwork. She no
Mhm.
official
Um,
pedigree. But mm.
um, I had a Munchkin. You know, Munchkin is a cat. I didn't know that.
Are you know what Manx cats are? Tailless?
I do not. I can look
Yeah,
it up though.
Manx. My sister has one. It
Your
was
sister has a
They
funny
Manx
because
the
cat.
the back,
are they
yeah,
the Siamese cats?
the back end of the Manx cat with that little stub instead of a tail. When she was running around as a kitten, her ass looked like a bunny the way it would bounce and stuff. Without the whole length of the tail to counterbalance, she moves a little bit differently than the other cats do. So it's interesting. You don't realize how much they balance everything out with their back end until you see one without it. It's, yeah,
Yeah, that's interesting.
I called uh, her little bunny cat. I think she still calls her that. I think it's Duck. So I
Is
don't
there a
know. Either
reason they
way,
don't
I'm
have a
going to take
tail?
credit for it.
Any reason in particular they don't have a tail?
Because that's the way they are, pretty much. I don't know. I don't think that they were bred for that specifically. I think that it may, well, I don't know. Let me see.
Selective breeding?
Yeah, maybe, and maybe, I don't know.
Well, that would make the only reason, only sense that one species of cat would look so different because I mean they descended down from tigers and ocelots and all that. I mean, how else? Yeah, it's and they're uh, a pet of humans now. So
Yeah.
yeah,
The
that would.
Wikipedia article says that the cats were already tailless when there was a population of them brought to the Isle of Man, which is where they get their name. The tailless cats were called stubborn in the colloquial Manx language. Stubborn,
Stubborn.
stubborn, and or stubborn, those with a little short tail, rumpy, those with no tail. That is so cool. I like that. I gotta
Yeah.
call this
Lumpy's an interesting
Rumpy,
name.
Rumpy cat. Yeah.
Hmm.
Um, Another topic here. Oh yeah. When we were talking about like breeding certain animals to be mean or not, me and Kevin were talking about, is it part of their DNA or is it part of just environment? Kevin says it's part of your DNA and the environment that you're raised in, which is the same for humans, right?
I think so. Yeah, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Um, and it's
Product of your
interesting because
environment,
there's
used
even
to
in
say.
cats, there's even a slight association between the even just the coloration of the cat and their disposition. Certain um, colors, like Poofy is a uh, tortoise shell color. You know, she's got a mix of black and white and brown and orange, all kind of in this mixy, um, like non-specific pattern that resembles sort of like tortoiseshell rimmed glasses that um, and tortoiseshell colored cats have a reputation for being particularly grumpy, standoffish, independent, you know.
Hmm.
They like things their way and don't put up with nonsense. And, you know, yeah, Poofy, yeah, that's like Poofy. She likes to be in the room, but don't go and mess with her. She's a with cat, not a lap cat. Um,
Not a
I
lap
mean,
cat.
I
yeah.
mean, would you say this is more of a genetics thing though with
I
pets? And
I would,
because I think so. I mean, because
Um,
humans.
yeah, yeah. I
Uh,
think that there's definitely a degree of genetic disposition, but there's
yeah,
also, you know,
I was looking at something that said that the Bengal cats are quiet, they're sneaky. Uh,
I mean,
and yeah,
Bengal cats, I
that's
think,
what.
were bred from like a domestic house cat with a some sort of wild cat, like maybe an ocelot or something, to get that coloration. I don't think that um their lineage is as domesticated as a lot of the others, and I think that that was kind of hypothesized as a part of reason or a part of the reasoning why Bengals are so like that, that they're one step closer to a wild cat as opposed to the um do you
Bengal
know what
tiger?
ragdoll cats are? Have you seen a ragdoll cat?
No, I haven't. That's interesting. I'm gonna look
Yeah,
it up.
no.
you pick them up and they just like go limp, and you can hold them and they just like um they've got a their disposition is so overwhelmingly calm, and they just like love people. It's
Oh,
uh it's
yeah.
kind of
He
it's
looks
kind of
really
funny actually.
puffy.
Yeah.
Looks similar to Poofy.
Yeah, they like stand up and all that just fine, and then as soon as you pick them up, they're just ah, um
Mm.
it's pretty funny. But yeah, longer hair too. So um there's a lot that comes with the longer hair that never really realized or dealt with before getting poofy. She's she needs raking and or brushing or something because she can't reach everything herself. She's a little bit too chunky, too fat. So, but with her tortoiseshell disposition, she really doesn't want anybody getting that close to her. So, I don't know. It's been a challenge. We need to try to distract her long enough to get the raking going and try to clean out her coat, but she's not one to put up for much nonsense. So I don't know. It's
That's
weird,
why
but
I
it
think
has to be.
that's why I think the cats are the real masters because they got you walking around with a comb and you looking
Yeah,
like a fool.
yeah. Walking around, scooping up their shit and giving them food every day. Yeah. Who's the pet and who's the master?
Take me to your
I
leader.
don't mind. I don't.
Tell the cats, take me to your leader.
Yeah,
Mm.
I'd have to go straight to Poofy in this house. I think she's the top of the cat hierarchy. It should be Kitty. Kitty's the favorite, but Poofy's Poofy's size, she can intimidate all the other cats, even Mikey. Mikey's declawed, so he can't really do anything. He can't put up with it or fight back. But um But yeah, so with all that, with the aggression coming kind of inherent to particular dog breeds and even to particular coats and coloration, I think that there has to be, I think that like if yeah, I think that there has to be some sort of genetic component um to violence like that, to aggression.
Yeah.
It's not entirely explainable by training and treatment and upbringing. If, you know, if the
I
entire
think
breed is known for it, that's not,
I think
they're not,
training definitely aggravates. If a dog is naturally good around people, aggravating it, with dog fighting, tactics, putting it in a cage and spraying it with, all the. I don't want to go into that. I'm not going to go into those horrible tactics. It will definitely, you know, but there's something to be noted that uh, in parts of the city that I live in, people don't want certain breeds of dog around. They don't want owners to have like pit bulls, bull mastiffs,
What?
and
yeah,
I mean, I've actually seen people get attacked by a pit bull, and it's horrifying. And it
Aren't there
So what?
certain localities that even pass city ordinances restricting certain dog breeds to prevent the sort of violence like that? I think I've heard of that.
What sort of
I'll go look
violence?
that up while you. It's
Uh,
yeah.
what? What do you mean? So what sort of violence?
Like pit bull attacks and stuff. I think that I've
Oh,
even
okay,
heard
right. Okay,
of
yeah.
city
It's
ordinances saying you can't have a pit bull in this city if you want to live here.
right,
You
right. And so what the situation is we have, parents with strollers and children, and the pit bull's natural reaction. It's not that it's an evil animal or anything. It's just that, or a bad animal. Its natural reaction is to bite at something. That's its genetic code, is to, when it sees a small animal, it attacks, you know, and I'm not
Um,
judgments.
when it comes to banning certain dogs, one is the pit bull type dogs, the American Pit Bull Terrier, the Staffordshire Bull Terriers, American Staffordshire Terriers, and American Bulldogs, and Rottweilers and Doberman Pinschers, Chows, German Shepherds, and Mastiffs. Wow.
Chow?
Hmm.
Really?
Chow
Uh,
Chows.
oh, chow, chow. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I don't know. When I just looked it
Probably.
up here, apparently it's common enough in city ordinances that the state of Florida passed a state level law saying, just to unify it, that no cities can't pass laws themselves restricting dogs purely based on breed or size or something, because if it was such a patchwork. You live in one city and it's okay to have this dog, and just across this imaginary line, that dog is illegal. And um, so they had to kind of sort it out. So, but there are other areas
I
that,
got
that do still. I'm sorry, what was that?
I was gonna say I got a little fact here. It says um, breed specific legislation bans or restrict breeds like pit bulls, Rottweilers, and Mastiffs to reduce attacks, with over 700 U.S. cities enforcing such measures. Critics, including the ASPCA, argue these laws are ineffective, unfair, often based on myth rather than science. Alternatives include breed neutral, dangerous dog laws. Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah, there was a statewide law enacted on October 1st, 2023, Florida, which they say nullified many local bans. Specifically, Miami-Dade County, the entire county, they were restricted, and the city of Sunrise. So down South Florida, the statewide
Hmm.
preemption um, does not apply to private landlords or to homeowners associations. So, um, yeah, HOA can still say you can't move into this house if you have this dog. I mean, it makes sense that they should be allowed to, make restrictions on, not the HOA. I don't like HOAs, but
They're a double-edged
a
sword.
private landlord should be able to say, I don't want large large dogs in this house that I own before renting to somebody. But Changing the terms on
Um,
someone is another issue, but that's
when it comes to like cities, I mean, like you said, the HOA can say stuff about the dog being there, but like if you own the home, the HOA can say don't have the dog in the community.
yeah, you have to sign an agreement with the homeowners association when you purchase the house, and that agreement requires you to abide by the restrictions of the HOA and, whatever. So they tell you you can only paint your house certain colors, you can only use certain plants in the landscaping on your yard. You have to store your garbage bins on the side of the house outside of line of sight view of the road, bullshit like that. Um,
So
and it
it's
can
like
only
you're
be a
gonna put
certain
me out my.
height. Uh,
So you're gonna not be able to own that house. They're gonna take the house if you don't follow the rules.
it's not that they're going to take the house, they're just going to fine you, give you all kinds of letters and warnings, and they might take further legal action if you just refuse to pay and stuff. I think that they probably could eventually evict you if you don't. I mean, it depends on the legalese in whatever you sign. You got to read the HOA agreement before, signing that mortgage. Um,
Okay. Look at this.
I,
So
I
if
mean,
I own my house in a community and then I break these laws, what if I just pay and just be like, okay, I'm not home enough to take care of these things, so I'll just pay the fines. Will they
I
just
mean,
get
I
tired of?
I thought there were committees on HOAs that could like vote you out or something.
yeah, yeah. They've got their own little busybodies that watch and
Neighborhood
tattle.
watch?
And yeah, although neighborhood watch is more for like, you know,
Bored bored people
crimes
around
and
the
stuff. But
neighborhood, they got nothing else
yeah,
to do.
it's like, yeah, it's a way for self-important um stay-at-home busybodies to exert some sort of power over others. I've never met an HOA board member that was not a narcissist.
Wow. What makes you
Well,
say that?
neighborhood watch has something else to do now. They're getting paid to watch the country. Anyway, sorry, I had to slip that in. Um, HOAs can be a double-edged sword, I think. I mean, it does keep your neighborhood clean. You
Yeah,
pick up
it
your
does,
shit,
it keeps property values higher by
right?
making sure that, and some of them do provide and maintain, public, or communal services. There's, my sister's has a swimming pool and a whole playground park area that's all HOA maintained, and it's much nicer than any of the public parks that are around in any
Yeah,
city or county provided facilities around. So, I mean, there are positives that come along with the negatives, but I don't like being told what to do. So I
right.
only ever clashed with HOA people uh, when I owned a home and had to deal with it. It was just uh, charging me $1,000 because my garbage cans were left at the side of the road. And I have photographic proof that every single neighbor all the way up and down the road were all leaving their garbage cans at the side of the road anyway. But only I got $1,000 fine for it. So it's a way
Hmm.
for those aforementioned busybodies to just
Um,
Mm,
Jeff says, I've lived in 3 communities with HOAs and they were well run. Mm.
yeah, well, as long as the HOA board members don't decide that they don't like you specifically, you know, it probably is generally a net positive, but
Well, yeah, I imagine they can take, maybe a little meaner to some
oh
people. They
wait,
can,
Jeff. It's
That,
Jeff.
that,
okay, very cool.
oh, yeah.
Jeff.
Jeff the jellyfish. Hey, Jeff, we know you're watching. We got the jellyfish. I got to get me a jellyfish shirt now that I see that.
Sorry to
Um,
interrupt, Kevin.
No, no, I'm just babbling along with everything else. Um,
But
uh,
if we go back to the dog breeds, that kind of brings up an interesting point that I think could be a good segue into another topic that we were going to discuss, I think. The potential disposition that some dog breeds have towards violence. Um, uh, to what degree might that genetic violent disposition um, carry over and exist in humans? And we were going to discuss, there was an instance, a particular instance of the death penalty, I think that you wanted to point out and read about, and we were going to discuss that. So I don't know if there are genetically violent people, to what degree does that carry over, and might that be
talking eugenics there.
no, no, but there might be some non-rehabilitatable criminals whose genetic disposition is such that they're not going to do anything except recidivism. And should
Other
we just
countries
keep
have
them
had,
contained like that, or is a death penalty justified?
once again, I gotta cite other countries have had fantastic success with recidivism and
Well,
just I don't have the facts right now because but
okay. Well, that would be an interesting thing to
it's
maybe look into in more detail, because that would be wholly reliant on how you define success.
okay. So
Um,
what is the success? Let's just what is the success of the death penalty?
not having a violent criminal in your midst.
Has it does it stop people?
It stops the violent criminal from existing in your midst. It is
Are you sure that's
successful when it
this
is
thing,
are you sure that's not just good social programs like
when there are individuals who are violent, whose genetic disposition, scientifically, we've said, if this carries over from dog breeds like that, if there's some people who's just never going to do anything except continue
I
raping
don't say give up on
um,
people. That's what it
unaliving
sounds like you're saying.
individuals um,
okay, well,
who
how about
have
this? How about this? We're all
repeatedly, like repeat offenders who's only ever done violent, extreme violence, murders, capital offenses.
well, that's
Um,
Um,
that right there is called the prison industrial complex. But
right.
earlier, if
the
okay,
prison
let's take
industrial
let's
complex does not force these people to commit those crimes.
Yes,
They're
it
doing
does.
that on their own.
And
They're killing people of their own volition. That's
I, I want to go back to
But
like,
there was a specific instance of the death penalty that you wanted to discuss, right? Somebody whose offenses were entirely nonviolent, right?
yeah,
Um,
Yeah,
I wanted to
that's
hear
a
what he had
big
to say
issue.
before. What
That's
you
a big
said?
issue because if they're repeat murderers, I think that's just not even a question in a lot of people's mind. But a nonviolent offender being put to death is a big line being crossed. And
obviously.
I
And
don't know those details. I would want to hear those details. And I think that's the edge of the knife that, I would probably fall over on your side of that, depending on the details. But I want to know, where was this and what did he do? Do you have an article?
I think I dropped it down on the chat, but
Can we read it?
sure. But I'm going to go back to connecting dogs to humans. That's it. Okay. If you train, let's say, a genetically violent pit bull, prone to violence, but you raise him in a good society, a good, loving, you know, probably not going to bite anybody.
Yeah, my
Yeah,
daughter has. I
yeah.
mean, my
But
sister has one.
So
and
that's why,
and
similarly, I would oppose
this this
the
is the important thing. This is the
the
important thing. I'm gonna say over the last 10 years, what have we seen? A rise in suicide, a rise in shootings, a rise in, but
I mean, we need to see numbers on these things, so I don't know.
I'll bring them up right now. They're
Cool.
very
Good.
easy. You can, the problem with
I mean, if you
this
know the
this
place where you're
last
from, you don't need the numbers. You know where you're from.
crime overall has actually gone down, but
I mean,
depression
has it
and
though? It depends on who you listen to.
yes, it
Yeah.
has.
Yeah, please don't just get upset and act like I'm an idiot here when I don't have the same information that you do, okay? When
Well,
I
just
ask
don't
for something, I'm not asking for it because I'm an idiot. I'm asking for it because I don't know what your argument is built upon. And I
and
want to
don't
know. I
infer
want
that
to
I'm a liar.
understand. Huh?
Don't infer that I'm a liar.
I'm not
Okay.
saying you're a liar. I want to know what your perspective is built from.
Okay. Let's see.
Because there are some people who say that, say different and whose both
Um,
sides have numbers.
my
I don't know whose numbers to believe.
my sister has a pit bull, and it is non-violent at all. Her name is Eris, and she is amazing, and she's has no type of anger in her, none of that. She lives with three cats, so
Yeah, yeah.
um,
My old roommate had an American bulldog. Her name was Ginger, and when Kitty was a little kitten, she and Ginger would play with each other. Kitty would Ginger would go and like stick her nose right in Kitty's face, and Kitty would go with both hands and grab up with her claws in Ginger's face. And Ginger would lift her up and kind of shake her back and forth and put her down. And Kitty would do it again. She liked to swing Kitty around. So, yeah, I mean, they're not all inherently violent, but, you know,
I
so,
yeah, I
was
think it gets
comparing the environment
yeah.
situation.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say that's the environment.
yeah, okay. So why are millennials and Gen Z so depressed? And you wanted evidence for that from the National Institute of Health.
Technology. Go ahead. I just throw that out there.
What do we
Technology,
got?
yeah. What? COVID, the whole,
COVID,
I mean,
social
there's a
media
whole big,
pressure.
gigantic, yeah, there's a lot.
42% of Gen Z report having a mental health diagnosis, with 18 to 25-year-olds showing the highest rates of major depressive episodes. Um, let's see,
Well, that's just the number of how many of
right?
them. That's not why they're depressed.
Diagnosed conditions. Like, depression is the most common. Well, I
I
actually did
mean,
say,
depression and mental health is moving entirely away from the discussion that we were at, which was the death penalty and the um the death penalty applied to somebody who was a nonviolent offender that you had said. And so I don't want to get away from that and start a discussion about millennial mental health before we've actually had that
okay,
What do you have to
discussion.
say? What else do you have to say about the death penalty?
what you got?
Me? I don't have anything to say. He was going to talk about the
Oh, he
nonviolent
wanted to talk
offender
about
who was
something
going to be
else.
put
That's why
to
we moved
death.
on.
I think I
It was
think
a
we
it
live.
was a complete dodge of the whole thing. I want to know about the nonviolent
I don't know what
criminal
Dodge
who
I
was going
had,
to
but
be executed and what were the circumstances and why oppose that? What's the argument against the death penalty? There was nothing there, so I
well,
want to
yes,
hear.
I had several. Uh, my first one was that it doesn't deter anything, and then you
I
leaped
mean,
into.
so neither does life in prison in that sense. How is that any different?
I guess it
It
doesn't
doesn't
matter.
need to deter, it removes, and that's better than just incarceration for life because taxpayers don't have to support them.
This isn't about money.
I mean, you
Yeah, that it
talked
came to
about the
money.
prison industrial complex. You tried to make it about money, and now you say it's not about money. You can't have it both ways, man.
Okay,
Okay, I don't think they should just be like this person should just be killed.
Yeah. So what were the conditions behind which a nonviolent person was going to be put to death? I want to hear
um,
the
this.
conditions. I'm trying to remember the article.
I mean, I thought
All right, well,
life in prison was
we're not going to switch
life in
topics.
prison felt like the same. Go ahead, Kevin.
We're still going to stay on this topic. I don't really think we're going to change each other's minds, but
Well, but no, but I might go to your side if you can show that there was a death penalty being applied to somebody with circumstances that I completely disagree with. I think that at face value, repeat murderers and rapists deserve a death penalty if it's just, they've gone through the whole justice system, they've had their due process, they've had all their appeals, and they've run out of time. I think that that is the execution of our justice system as it exists, okay? I don't think that that's necessarily unwarranted, but somebody who's not done those things, what are the circumstances upon which our government is saying they need to die? And if I disagree with those circumstances, then I will switch over and say, yes, I agree with you. But, I want to know.
Personally, I just think you shouldn't kill someone. Yeah, I think life in prison is just as bad. And then the only thing it goes back to is taxpayers
Well,
shouldn't have to pay for them. It
right.
isn't that.
Well,
Um,
if the argument
another
against
person.
Woo Big Bad Boogeyman Prison Industrial Complex, then it is a financial argument at the end of the day. So
No,
I
because
I don't think that it can be avoided. Money can't be detached from this situation if we're talking about the prison system and our justice system right now.
it's all connected.
Right.
Prison is connected to the military complex. Complex is connected to our food. It's all connected. That's why we have shitty food. That's why we have shitty schools. That's
You
why we
sound like a
have,
conspiracy theorist with all that.
oh, you think so?
The death penalty is why we have shitty food.
That's
It's
not what
all
I said.
connected, man. Where's your tinfoil hat?
I can draw you a diagram. Okay, I'll lead you down this lane. Why are we not funding schools?
Um,
It,
Republicans.
it seems like the most basic thing, right? Why are we not funding public
Yes.
schools? It would, I mean, it would make for an excellent society having smart.
Hmm.
And why did and why drug reform? I know you're for drug legalizing drugs.
Hmm.
I know Mark's
Why?
for legalizing drugs. Why did we put so many people in that was the first wave of a large amount of people in prison. It was mostly minorities and stuff, but they put so many people and destroyed that lower caste of, yeah. Uh, okay. So they started making money. That was socialism. Capitalistic,
What?
capitalistic
Wait, what?
socialism.
No, wait, hold on. That's they started making money, and so that was socialism. That is a non
Okay,
sequitur.
I messed up that sentence, but it was welfare to send all that money to those companies. It was corporate welfare. Corporate welfare. You see, by destroying schools, and all these people had to go to prison because they had nothing to do, and because they were arrested and they got 20 years for like an ounce of pot, you
So
know.
your argument is that we're
No,
arresting people and putting them away because those people had nothing better to do?
this has been a long time coming. This has been 40, 50 years building up. This is why people say we live in an oligarchy. Okay.
I mean, you're just
They
making a
said
bunch of
Reagan wanted to
rhetorical
privatize
questions and
everything.
making faces like you think it's saying something profound. I don't see an argument here. Can you
Yes,
please
but
connect the dots for me?
I am
I'm not
connecting the dots,
I'm
but
not trying to be difficult, but I
I'm
don't
not.
see a point. I
Okay.
don't see it coming to a point.
And
Um,
all this time, we were spending money, doubling every year, the military complex. Okay. So, where would kids have to go if they have no education? They were stupid They had to sell drugs or join the military, the lowest caste
Prison's
of
more likely.
prison. And so the prisons got richer and the shitty food, people in prison and in schools were served the same lunches. Did you know that?
Well, it didn't. Uh, just as bad. Yeah. Uh,
So,
I was always told, like a lot of people in my neighborhood were told, you're either going to jail or you're going to prison by 25. And it's the same circle of shit going on
Wait,
over
you're
in
going to jail
generations
or
and
you're going to
generations and
prison?
generations.
Is that
Come again?
you said they're going to jail, you're going to jail or you're going to prison?
Yes, it's jail or prison.
What's the difference except just like the level of incarceration?
No, I was
they,
thinking that that's more common in different communities. You got to live in those communities to know that. But yeah, recidivism comes with all those, put all those pieces back together, like where you come from and what's going on there and stuff like that. Yeah. Got a comment
so,
here by Jeff. It says, "What about police framing someone when they want a guy gone, like Reuben Hurricane Carter?"
not familiar with that name, but yes, the police also had no responsibility, so they could do many horrible things, and that took decades and decades. Uh, we're much better now, but if you're from Philadelphia, Frank Rizzo spent more time in gay bars than he did, uh, you know, arresting people,
There's
just
nothing
beating
wrong
up
with being
minorities and
gay,
gay
though.
people.
Just quick aside.
What's that?
Just a quick aside. There's nothing wrong with being gay.
No, I didn't say he was gay.
No, I
I
know
said
you
he.
didn't say it. Just that was just my quick aside. I
Yeah.
just
I should probably clarify. He beat up. He would raid gay bars and because they would have nothing to do, and to justify their budget, they would raid Black Panther parties and gay bars, and you know write that down as uh, you know, uh, a victory or something or whatever. Um, so we started off with the schools, and this is all part of Reagan and what he wanted to do by privatizing everything in what was a socialist democracy. That's how we started off with FDR. He funded everything. So we didn't have to pay for everything, and we can make a good life. And and we got extremely, extremely cruel prisons. We have one of the most cruel prison systems in the world.
Oh, come
Prisoners do,
on. That's a pretty
yeah.
ridiculous
Oh,
statement.
okay, okay. You're right. You're right. That's over the top, but it is cruel, and it is does not give people proper representation, and it is not run properly, and it because it wants to make money, get more money from the government, and we're seeing that
So
now
to
with Donald.
that end, the prison industrial complex would be de-incentivized by the death penalty, right? You
Actually,
kill somebody, they can't be recidivist. They can't
actually,
cycle back into it, right? You
actually,
kill
it
somebody and they're not
it
going to be
makes
deported. Sorry.
you should look up how much it costs to kill someone with the death penalty.
Okay. And
Cost a lot of money.
what the equivalent number of years would be. How long would it need? How long would they need to be held life
Probably about the
imprisoned?
same because
Mm.
the chemicals in the poison.
Well, Italy stopped exporting the sodium pentothal, so we've just got what we've got right now. Or we just go to the nitrogen chambers like they've got in Missouri. Florida's still got old Sparky. I don't know. So which means of execution is the expensive one that you're talking about?
The I assume everyone did the poison,
Okay,
and
sodium pentothal.
so I just want to go back while you're doing that. Uh, this was all part of pre-Reagan Republican idealism to privatize all systems in this country, and they're still trying to do it. And now we're seeing Trump build more prisons, and that money is not going to us, it's going to the prisons. Okay.
Yes. 2007. This is from National Institutes of Health. The injection cost $86.08.
They're
Well, I'm
getting
sure the
So
paid 5 cents a
actual,
day, so they're making
that's
money.
like that's like a couple days of incarceration, maybe. It's really nothing. So no, I don't
hmm,
buy that one.
I don't see why the answer to saving money is put people to death that are in prison. Uh,
Well, when the argument against it is the funneling money into the privatized prison industrial complex, then the profit is the big motivation. And if it doesn't cost a lot of money to keep the person there, then there isn't a motivation for the profit.
they make a lot of money though, and it's a business,
Yes,
you
but
see.
not off of
And
the
what's the incentive
execution.
of a business
They don't
is to
make a lot
get
of
more
money off
people.
of the execution.
Fine,
um,
What
okay.
was what was
yeah,
this? I'm still waiting for the nonviolent offender who's being executed.
I can't find that thing anymore. Okay, it's
Okay.
gone.
Well, let me see if I can
I'll let
find
you
it.
in on that, okay? Because I don't care about it anymore. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I just tried to build this whole system, and it seems like you're hung up on this,
Well,
you
your
know?
whole system sounds like you're just saying a bunch of things as if they're connected, and
They are connected.
I don't see any connections being made. Um, so I don't know. I find it your conspiracy um unconvincing. Well, there is
So,
profit
so
motive
why?
in the prison complex. I don't think that it's profiting off of the death penalty, which was the whole original point of the argument. We came transitioned to this point from the death penalty via dog breeds and dogs having specific breeds with specific genetic predisposition towards violence. So,
Okay.
to try to make that argument into there's a conspiracy between the food and the this and the that, that's not a convincing argument, and that's not an anti-death penalty argument. So I don't know. I'm unconvinced.
Okay, fine. But yeah, I know you tried to. Uh, I'll just settle on our country's 30 years behind every other country. We make a lot of, oh yeah, well, in a lot of ideals. Name one.
Saudi Arabia.
Okay. No, 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 not country. Name just education. We have
Yeah, our education
fantastic
system's better than that in Saudi Arabia.
our no okay, fuck Saudi Arabia for a second. I don't like them.
Well,
Name
that's sure.
like I said, name prison systems or our current state of democracy. Name any of those, and we're a little in trouble. Okay.
But I mean, what is name one what compared to what? And I mean, that's a non-statement you've made. What compared to what? You
I don't
can't
know,
say we're
Europe.
30 years behind without the who we're behind. Who is it? Make the comparison. Don't leave it to me to make your point for you. I'm just going to leave that hanging there if that's what you're going to rely on. Who are we behind 30 years?
I don't know what I'm trying to even convince you of because
So why are you trying?
uh, are we starting with
Seems like we're just arguing for
all
the
right,
sake of
let's start
argument
with the
at this
death
point.
penalty, which other countries got rid of a long time ago. Many countries got rid of that
So what?
because it's stupid. It's a stupid way to handle things, and only religious fanatic politicians keep it around because they want
That's
to,
an ad hominem. That's a logical fallacy. That's not an argument.
it's very logical.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's an ad hominem. Only stupid people, blah, blah, blah. No.
All right,
No, 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 no.
I won't
No.
call.
Only stupid people talk like that. Only stupid people make arguments like that.
All right, all right, but I call the politicians stupid. That's
Yeah,
fair.
that's an ad hominem. Only stupid politicians support. No, no, that's that's
But
not
what?
an argument
All right, you convinced me. Why do we need the death penalty?
because it removes the worst of the worst violent offenders from our society, from our midst, and stops taxpayers from having to support them in perpetuity.
Usually I hear people say things like that when it's affecting them. It's not
I mean, they're paying taxes, then it is affecting them.
affecting you.
If
You're
you
more
pay
bothered than other
taxes,
people.
if you pay taxes, it's affecting you. The prison
Uh-huh.
industrial complex and whatnot, right? But it doesn't matter if it's affecting you personally. There's the potential that a violent person, right? You don't want that violent person out and about. We don't want the Ted Bundys out doing their thing. We don't want the John Wayne Gacy's. We don't want the Jeffrey Dahmers to be living their lives. And we don't want them to be sitting easy in the prison, getting fed the same stuff that our children are, apparently. We don't want that.
Yes, in
So $86 and the job is solved. If they have gone through all of the due process, if they have passed through our justice system, and if they have run out of appeals, if it is beyond any reasonable doubt that they are guilty of what they have been convicted of, then yes, I support that death penalty.
right.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. I'm just not with people getting killed.
Neither am I.
Yeah,
That's why we should get rid
I
of
don't.
the murderers.
I will make the case for you that it actually cost more to execute someone
Okay.
than to keep them in
More than
prison for the
$86.
rest of their life. Yes, I can. But by next week, our next meeting, I can do the math on this. Okay, according to the University of Akron, or and other the Equal Justice of USA, carrying out the which state? Okay, studies. This is only finding it. Carrying out the death penalty cost taxpayers an average of $700,000 to over $2 million per case. So
Okay,
it's
send me that link. I want to see their process. I want to see what they did, how they define that. What metrics are they? Which
all right.
state's death penalty? What means of execution? It's a lot easier to get rid of
Yeah,
somebody.
all right. The execution cost, while the direct cost of lethal injection is relatively low, the
Yeah,
actual
they don't want to see
around
that.
$90 for a dose, but or up to 95,000 in Tennessee, the overall cost of the execution is even higher. For example, the federal executions in 2020 cost $1 million. I don't feel like finishing that because I'm tired. Uh, yeah, incarceration, incarceration, housing death. Okay,
Yeah, well, it would be an interesting exercise for next podcast to see if you can change my mind on the death penalty. Put together whatever you will, and we'll see. How's that sound?
all right. I just don't think I'll end on this. I think it's immoral or moral. I don't think it's the
Well,
right thing to do to
yeah,
stand over another man and kill him, a defenseless person, and kill them.
mm, I'll
Is
say
that
that before
is that in
this
your Bible?
podcast started broadcasting live, you had said you don't believe in morals, so I don't believe your statement has any value to it. If you don't believe in morals, you can't believe in a right or wrong.
Right and wrong
Um,
are separate from
how?
evil and good
How?
because right and wrong are meant to keep a society together. That's
Okay.
all. They're just laws.
Based on what?
Evil, evil and good are
Based on
existential
what's right and
concepts,
wrong, right?
you
It's
know.
there is a moral value to it. Right is a moral statement because there is a wrong. There's a converse, they're flip sides of each other.
Ha. And they're also the concept of good and evil is also uh, morals are subjective. You're just
Yeah.
making them up. You're getting them from someone else,
So
and
if
it's a
Okay.
cultural
Yeah,
thing.
I
You're
can believe that you get morals from some other. Yeah.
and that's the problem.
Yes. And morals at the highest level are existing or exist or are, yeah, morals at their highest level exist in the form of good and evil
So they're not objective. There's
and
no
cannot exist without a
objectivity.
lawgiver.
Where is the objectivity in
The lawgiver.
in oh the lawgiver?
Yes, yes, I know you. I think you can dismiss it however you want, but I believe in, the God of
Specify
the Bible.
please who is the lawgiver?
You know who I believe.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, right.
I thought you meant
At
you
the
know.
highest level, good, right and wrong are determined and represented by a lawgiver, right? Right and wrong are determined
so
purely socially by like by consensus. Is that your feeling?
Oh, sorry, what was that? I missed it.
Right and wrong are determined purely by social consensus. Is that your
No, I'm
position as
saying
well?
right and wrong are just laws to
Meaningless then. What on
hold
what basis is there any foundation to say that there is a right or wrong if there is no such thing as good and evil?
good and evil.
Why is wrong bad if there is no good, like no objective good?
Good. I think people have this concept of like morals, the Ten Commandments and everything, but it's all just passed down baggage, and it's cultural, and you
I disagree.
can't. It's subjective, okay?
No, it's not.
Right and wrong. You can. That's an objective thing to base a society on. Laws are objective.
Yes.
Morality is not.
So
No.
one second, I got something. So
Morality is derived from good and evil as determined by the highest level.
we we've been back and forth through a few things. All I'm trying to say is, so are we putting someone to death for what they did or to save money?
Hmm.
I mean, both, I guess. I don't know. If the argument against is the prison industrial complex, then the money is inseparable from the issue. But they can't be put to death without doing something to get them there, right? That's why the crux of that issue, the reason that that whole thing was being brought up to begin with was because there was supposed to be somebody who committed no violent crimes who was going to be executed. And that is an extreme edge of this idea of execution and getting rid of. I mean, that's where I kind of am at the edge of my support for the death penalty. If somebody is not a violent individual, not a violent criminal, right? Not unaliving other people, not a rapist, as the YouTube algorithm likes or prefers people to say these days, um, then why are they being put to death? And that's critical to understand because if they're because
Do you
that's
think the
yeah,
justice
that's
system is infallible?
no, I don't.
So
That's why the justice
by that
system has
logic,
so many
he
tiers to it. That's why due process takes so long. Do you believe
so
in due process in the Constitution and the justice
oh
system?
yes, obviously, yeah.
Okay, then there we go. We agree on something at least. We have a commonality from which we can move
I
forward.
think we have many commonalities. Yes, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
But
I brought this up because I was talking to my kids. My kid was talking to their friend on the phone, talking to their friend, and I'm listening in the next room. And he asked the kid something about your dad has the death penalty. When's he going to be put to death? So I run the room and I'm like, what's this conversation about? And he's like, oh, this kid's dad, he's in prison and he's going to die in prison. And the story they were going about, just like, that's not how that goes. And he said the kid's dad is waiting for his appeal. But yeah, he shot a cop on accident. And then there was my dad. How do you shoot a cop on accident? Well, you didn't get the story before you said it wasn't possible. Um, so that's where me and my kids went through that conversation. And then when we had this topic, I was like, okay, that's a good thing for me to bring up now that I'm hearing this. But um, yeah, I've known so many people to do time in prison for several things. And personally, I just think killing someone isn't the answer. That's just kind of, yeah, that's me.
I agree. I think our justice system should try to alleviate people, or that's not the is that the right word now? Should yeah make citizens better citizens, and there are ways to do that. You know,
Yeah.
we don't have to cram people in the jail cells like that. And I think the highest
How,
form of
So what's the alternative then?
no, I just think the highest form of
um,
cruelty is killing someone that you are standing over with a
um,
gun. I know that's not execution, but
I think that there are higher forms of cruelty than simply execution. I think in many cases it can be a mercy, but
I just
that would be going down a rabbit trail of
no,
ancient
yes.
to early medieval history that's really not something that we should go into right now. But
Probably.
historically, there have been much
So
worse punishments than just simply a
so
bullet
what
from
why
somebody's
did we
pointing gun.
evolve from that medieval trail?
Why did we evolve from that?
Yeah, why did we progress from
I would say we
medieval
haven't
to our
really.
current justice system?
I don't think we really have. Not that far, not that much. It's really only a blip in the overall history, our current justice system, and I don't think it's necessarily destined to stand forever. It's it's I mean,
Okay,
look at ancient Rome and the height of classical antiquity. Look what happened to it. The fall of Alexandria, the library. How much further ahead would humanity have been had the Library of Alexandria not been burned, you know? And
yeah,
that was
okay. Well,
humans
basically, the
doing it to
question
other
is,
humans. That was intentionally tearing things down because they were different from us. This is something that's just inherent to societies. Every
well,
time
why?
some group gets and says, we're enlightened, we are the ones, somebody comes along and humbles them. That's a pattern over and over and over and over again. And we're just the latest little flicker on that timeline. I don't think we're that different. I don't think we've evolved that much from antiquity.
But the point
Certainly not. Oh,
is to progress. The point is to get better. Is to say this is wrong. This is not. We can do better. Okay.
but to say that there's a wrong means that there must be a right. And why? Like how? How can you say what is right if you like why? Upon what standard, what objective standard is right?
All
And
right.
that's
Okay.
without,
Other countries teach their prisoners stuff. Okay. Like they go into jail and they might teach them a trade.
yeah.
okay,
So
well,
You're the
they
the
also
wrong.
have
citizens,
extremely,
so
like the Nordic countries have extremely different demographics. Their prison systems are dealing with people who are extremely uniform in cultural background and society. They're all Danish to begin with. They're not mixing with other in groups, infighting,
I
gangs and
realize that.
everything. It's a wholly different situation to go and say, like, the Danish are rehabilitating their prisoners. So why aren't we doing that? Because
Be-
our prisoners
because
are
it's a
not
profit
like
system.
their prisoners.
Because it's a profit
Um,
system.
Because our prisoners are not like their prisoners. Because there's violence
um,
rampant in the entire culture of America.
There are prisons in Greenland. I was actually looking up, and their prisons aren't like our prisons. They have prisons that don't have doors that you close and lock. Um,
Yeah,
and
you
yeah,
like
I've looked at
walk
that. There's a
in and
prison in
just go
Greenland,
in during the day, and
and they're teaching their prisoners things so they don't harm each other in prison and they don't harm people when they get out. Um, and they have programs every day to help those people. I've looked this up because parents in prison, well, not parents, parents, and other family members, friends, all kinds of stuff. So yeah, I have seen that. Go
the
ahead, Mark.
population
Um,
of Greenland is also about 300,000. That's less than
And the prison
any of the
population,
cities. That's less than any of the cities that any of the three of us that live in or nearest to. Um, so the population, the subset of those 300,000 who are actually arrested for anything is a fraction of what we have in the United States. And the subset of that subset that are actively violent is almost negligible. And Greenland's society is extremely homogeneous. It's uniform. They're entirely Danish background, Nordic background. They don't have the, white supremacist violent gangs. They don't have um, the street criminals that we do over here. They don't have like the mafia. They don't have all of these problems that we do over here, all
um,
mixed in with 3D printed ghost guns that are never going to be eradicated. I mean, it's impossible. The geometry is out there. Unless
um,
you
they
unless you
do have.
entirely ban all manufacturing machinery, if you prevent all like home hobbyists from having a mill or a lathe or a 3D printer, you're never going to be able to get rid of all those ghost guns either. So all these violent gangs, like it's not
They
coming
actually
from
do
the
have those
industrial
violent
side
people.
entirely. There's a rampant supply of violent criminals to feed into that to begin with. So
okay,
it's
right
not
there, that's the problem. Or the rampant supply. Can you follow a premise?
Supply of
Follow
prisoners.
this premise. What is the point of a business?
profit, right?
Profit.
Yeah. Okay.
Profit. How do you make profit?
You get more prisoners.
You
To
provide a
to
service.
to provide a service. Yes. And their service is getting inmates. So that is connected to other things,
Their
like the
service is
police.
holding inmates. They're not out there getting them.
Right. But that's is the connection. That's the complex.
Where do
Okay.
they? Hold on, hold on.
That is the
Um, you said they're not out there getting prisoners. Where's that at?
no,
Where do you
Yeah,
see
no,
that
the
at?
private companies that are, are in the prison system, the private prisons, their prison guards are not out there with the police arresting people. They're receiving their supply of prisoners from
Okay,
the
yeah, you're talking
justice
about
system, which
COs and
would
stuff
then
like that.
imply that I'm assuming you're gonna say something about some form of collusion between the justice system and the prison system, and they're gonna have some extra motivation to, corrupt judges and send, have corrupt judges send um,
no.
poor little innocent prisoners to their
Okay.
jails, fill them up so that
You're,
they max
you know,
line their pockets or
Um,
something.
it bothers me that you're
Are they
so
actually
so open for drugs. You're a pro drug person, and all these people are in here for drug violations.
Right, and they shouldn't be. They should never have been
So
to begin
And
with.
my question to you is, what the fuck?
Mm, yeah, what the fuck? Why were drugs made illegal to begin with? None of it should have happened. But
Yeah,
once you're violently profiting off of the illegality of this thing, you've crossed a line. Like
um,
the drugs
when
are
you said
illegal
that,
and they shouldn't be. But when you shoot somebody in the process of getting them over the border or whatever, crossing state lines and shipping them, getting them up north, even trafficking them over into Canada or whatever, if you once you commit some further some, whatever, that's beyond the drug, the Controlled Substances Act. That's not the law that they're violating anymore. They're right.
it
you
seems like
said that,
it
um,
seems like the you want the liberty just for yourself. Everyone else goes to jail.
um,
Sorry, Pookie.
yeah, you said there's um, no crime or no groups or something like that in Greenland, and there actually is all those groups that you said there wasn't. There are prisoners that are that bad they send to other countries, and they said that on the documentary I watched.
Oh, hey,
You can't
that's
go to
convenient.
prisons in Greenland if you're such a bad prisoner or if you come from other places
That
and you do bad
really
stuff because
helps their
they don't
prison
keep you.
statistics. So I think whatever you do, whatever you bring forth to try to change my mind, Kevin, you've got that much higher level, that much higher bar to change my mind. Are they just shipping their violent worst of the worst over to another country? Yes or no? Like, if their
Yes.
prison, if their criminal statistics and whatever are so much lower than ours, how are they defined? Where are they keeping them? And are they just shipping them overseas again?
Like I said the other day, 5% are violent that they detained have a violent criminal record.
By what definition? Who's
I'll get the
where?
documentary for you.
You did
And just because that's what they were caught for doesn't mean that's all they do. You know, I don't know. I mean,
well,
I'm not
that's your answer.
like,
What did you want? 5% fat free? No. You asked how many of these people are violent criminals? It's 5% of the detained.
um, oh. Yeah, I think all that shit it builds mental health, and they don't help any of that, and they send them back into the streets with no type of help or assistance, no type of being changed while you're in there, and then they just go right back.
yeah.
It's
So,
like you send me to prison, you don't tell me, don't beat this guy up. Yeah,
well, overall, about 3.9% of the population. So, yeah, that's lower than the 5% there. 3.9%. Well, this is Norway. Yeah, 3.9% of the population may have a history of violent conviction. However, a small persistent 1% of the population is responsible for over 60% of violent convictions. So,
Now, I may have
one
given you the
could
wrong
argue
stat.
from that persistent 1% that even the most generous rehabilitation programs on Earth, and from the most liberal, forward-thinking, progressive countries on the planet, they still cannot rehabilitate their criminals if that 1% is committing 60% of the violent crimes.
Well, I think it's well, what do you got, Pookie? What do you
Um, Jim in the comments says, with a population of 50,000 and technically part of Denmark, I don't think it'd make much sense money wise to make an up to date prison in Greenland.
okay? Well,
Yeah, I mean that's the size of a small town here in the US,
yeah.
comparatively speaking. Like I don't know, Jacksonville, Florida has a population of like 4 million. Orlando, Kissimmee, Sanford area has about like 2 million. 50,000 is a suburb.
Mm. So I mean, where does this go? Where is this issue going to go? Are we just going to endlessly imprison people?
No, we
Because
should execute the
if
most
the court
violent, the worst offenders. Yeah.
just keep doing that, and because we know our education system is failing and it has failed, and will
The
at
federal
this rate,
Department of Education should have never existed in the first place. That should have been left to the states.
oh,
That's
I'm sure that'll
my opinion. But
give
I don't
even smarter kids.
know.
Um,
There's not a culture of intellectualism in the United States.
and I wonder
I mean, there
why.
hasn't been for a long time. I mean, shortly after World War II and like the early space race era, it seems like there were scientists and Oppenheimer and Einstein, were of course they were all German. But I
Mhm.
mean, they were like rock stars back then, and now, I mean, we've got Neil deGrasse Tyson, I guess,
Who I don't
but
like, but
uh,
okay,
either, gosh,
yeah.
uh, but it's not Michio Kaku. You like him more?
I think I know him, but
Yeah,
no.
the Japanese guy with like the long white hair, kind of.
Mhm.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, you see, we don't have that sort of um, what's popular and what's being pushed now is not academic achievement. School is seen by kids as just a box that you need to check off before you can go and do what you really want to do, live your best life, be your best self. And I mean, that's something that I think I don't know because I haven't looked into it, but I think that's something that is probably very different in a lot of these other countries. And that's something I think we're actually importing a lot of that brain power. And that's probably the only reason that the United States is still so far ahead of a lot of nations. Our
Mm.
our higher level academics is still the top in the world. Um, People come over here to learn to be doctors and physicists and engineers, and then a
Not
lot of
anymore.
them, oh man, they do.
Um, Recent immigration policies, people do not come here. People have not been coming here.
Well, that's recent policies. That's not what I'm talking. I
Okay.
mean, historically, they've been
Yes,
coming.
that is
That's
absolutely
the
true.
only reason that, population has been growing is because we've been bringing these people in. We've been importing the brain power to replace what has been aging out in the boomer generation. And yeah, so now any sort of cut off, any sort of abrupt end to that is going to be a big problem for the US because yeah, you're right to bring our education system up as a concern because we're not teaching our kids that it's important to be smart. And all of these arguments now about AI, if anything, we're teaching them the opposite, aren't we? You don't need to know
Mhm.
anything. You don't need to know how to do it. You don't need to read this book. You don't need to think about symbolism and all of this behind it. You just need ChatGPT to give you the summary.
Yes. Yes, that is it's well said. What about on the higher level of schools? You think there an issue? There's an issue there, or in high schools, or because
I
I
don't,
definitely
sorry, I shouldn't have.
no, I'm just curious.
I mean, I don't really have much familiarity with that. I was homeschooled, so I didn't go through the school system in the same way that, most other Americans were. So, I kind of I
Well,
had to learn to think for myself because that's what I was given the books and said, okay, the test will be at the end of the week. Like, okay. So, but that
Okay.
doesn't work for everybody. And I don't know. I don't know what an answer would be.
what
Pookie?
Got a comment here from Jim. It says, I don't understand why a federal educational system is so bad or how state ones could do better while treating everyone equally. That is from
I mean, I
Jim.
don't know. I don't know if not everybody, I don't know if we can or we should treat everybody equally necessarily because not everybody has equal potential. So we can't
um,
treat the gifted kids equal to, you know, the rest of the population if we want to cultivate the best outcomes for
That
them,
sounds like
you
it builds
know?
separation.
Huh?
Um, that sounds like it builds separation. Why you said certain kids shouldn't be with other kids is what you're saying?
I mean, in a sense, yeah, to a certain degree.
yeah,
I
well, we do have that actually in high school. It's called AP English. Yeah, and I forget the letters that um yeah, we have honors, middle class, and yeah, accelerated classes. So yeah, so we do separate kids by intelligence
yeah.
in high school.
I thought he was meaning like different schools. Like they have schools for them, I
No,
understand, but
Oh, yeah. Yeah. School districts and everything. Yeah, that's a different, yeah. So, yeah, you see how little I know about the school systems here.
nah,
So
man, it's fine. I
yeah,
mean, but the grade school wasn't a fountain of knowledge. And I mean, uh, it, I just I see it as we've been around for so long. How long has the universe been around? 13 billion years, and the Earth,
13.8, I think,
and
right?
then Earth,
13.7,
and just human civilization. How do you teach all that in um, a matter of 12 years? And it's just, it's a lot of history. That's what
yeah.
I get from it. And it, it,
Yeah. And
that's
some
a,
kids can just absorb that and just, all you got to do is expose them and they just
It's a
remember down to the page number and the letter where it was, what they saw and stuff. It's
it's a
incredible.
difficult curriculum to divide up 13 billion years.
Yeah. I mean, even just human civilization, what, 20,000 years at best? Like,
Yeah.
or even just Western civilization.
Hmm.
I mean, any of it, all of it. There's a reason yeah. But you gotta really love it and want it in order to be able to get that nowadays. And that's
Uh-huh.
not being instilled in our children. It's not cool to want to, you know, want to know all this stuff. It's not cool to, you know, and that's a shame.
And
I don't know
Who
how we
says
can
that?
change it. What?
I, I
I
think
Um,
I
mean,
could.
just based off of what I observe in my sister's kids, like they when they're done get out of class, they want to go straight to their, video games. Legend of Zelda, I think, is their latest
Yeah.
craze right now. They're not
that's part of.
learning the intricacies of Western civilization from the Legend of Zelda.
I mean, should they be forced to learn that?
It's good to know where we came from, why things are the way they are, why Western civilization is what it is, why we're different from over there versus over there. I mean, there's such dramatic differences in the worldview of a Westerner compared to like the Middle East, the Far East, Sub-Saharan Africa,
Hmm.
South America. The cultures are all so different, and kids these days are brought up just immersed in this Western culture without realizing how different it is and taking it for granted, not knowing that, people over there just take all of this other stuff for granted and think that it's normal and think that you're weird for not wanting it, or believing that this or that or whatever, you know, or if you don't think that, and if you don't believe in reincarnation, you're the weirdo over in India, you know.
Hmm.
Um, if yeah, if it's just I don't
Yeah.
know. It's I don't know if it should be forced on kids, but the desire to
It's
want it should be encouraged in kids, perhaps, because if we make it a chore, then they're not gonna
um
keep it, right?
And that's, I guess, where the difficulty
um
comes in. Oh, sorry. You got something?
Jim
Cookie?
says, isn't the purpose of history in fiction?
I'm sorry,
In
what?
what now?
Isn't that the purpose of history and fiction? Jim says,
Sensation.
to help
Uh,
ourselves adapt, basically.
well, yes, yes. I think I was talking to you about about the history of humans,
Oh
and
yeah.
our survival has always been adaptation. And but no, not in the short term. We're not gonna survive because not how our brains are wired. Because they really like unless someone steps in, you're not gonna take a flashy screen away from a kid. That's a high dopamine shot right there. And
Yeah, tickling that reward center like crazy. You're not gonna get that from,
yeah.
history books and stuff and whatnot. So yeah, you gotta want to know, want to learn, want to find out. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Um, you guys, I gotta run to the bathroom. We have not had a bathroom break yet.
Oh,
Ooh.
yeah. So I want to try to find. Do you remember where that execution was at? I'm really bothered by the idea of a nonviolent. I'm not trying to bring this argument back up. I just want
Oh
to.
no, certainly
I
not.
want to know.
I saw it on Reddit news. I just clicked on the news section, and I will look for that now. Because I mean, okay, I could just Google it.
Hmm. Oh, I got the Wikipedia article. Yeah, capital punishment for offenses, nonviolent offenses, but it's listing stuff for like the whole
All right,
world.
good day.
Adultery, apostasy, blasphemy, corruption, drug trafficking, espionage. Oh, espionage. Yeah, that makes sense. Fraud. Somehow I
Oh,
doubt that that
okay. Well,
was
that's good. Um, but uh, he was he
homosexuality.
was spared. His life was spared. But yeah, him a governor. Okay, so yeah.
Perjury causing execution of an innocent person, which, however, may well be considered and even prosecutable as murder. That's interesting. Yeah,
I
if
put
you
that.
perjure yourself and get someone else the death penalty who's innocent on your behalf, you can be prosecuted for murder, even though the state is the one who did the execution. I
We
mean,
can
that
tie
that makes
history
sense
with
though.
fiction, like so many stories or movies. Jim says.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of mythological or what we would consider fiction, mythological fiction that is difficult to separate from actual historical memory in a lot of ways. We didn't start recording and writing down history as we think of it um, before, like, I don't know, what would you
I
think?
recently
Would you
saw
agree,
something.
like Herodotus maybe was kind of one of the earliest examples of recording history as the historical events itself rather than as a, tying into their their um, pagan mythology.
Mm,
Because before that there was Homer, and there's evidence of Troy and the Trojan War, but there's a lot of other stuff that really, you know, so it's I don't know, it's an interesting.
do you think the
It's
Odyssey is going to
one
make a
of
good
those
movie?
imponderables, to think about how much of history or how much of mythological history could actually have been historical versus how much of it could only have been fiction in some way. And even that, even if it's fiction, that doesn't necessarily mean that there can't be a form of truth or a value derived from it, you know?
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, it's really, I don't know. Hold on. I gotta go rescue Kitty.
Cat fight.
They're going to make one of those old stories, the Odyssey. They're going to
Oh,
make that into Christopher Nolan. He's a good director. They're making that into they're remaking that into a film. That should be interesting
That
because I
sounds
like that, and uh, should be good. And people have been arguing about the casting. Uh, they're casting Matt Damon as
Odysseus.
yeah, I just yes.
Tom Holland.
I look into that.
Um, oh, I've forgotten all the names already, but
Yeah,
I don't know.
Robert Pattinson, Antonius, Elliot
Really?
Page
Robert
is
Pattinson? Okay.
uh, Elliot Page is
And Mark,
listed
the
there,
people
but
want to know.
they don't give a character. I don't know.
The people
Who's
want to know if
Penelope?
Mark has done his homework on Mr. Beast yet.
Yeah, this is just something we just
Oh,
came up with now. We haven't done our research on this, and I'm sorry, but I'm thinking of add movies on the mind because this is the 30th anniversary of Fargo coming out
oh,
today.
the
So hide your wood chippers, people.
Um, the people want to know if Mark has done his homework on Mr. Beast yet, and I'm doubting that.
I got through one episode
Oh,
from beginning
okay.
to end. Does that count?
Yeah, it does.
Is that enough?
I'd say two's better, but one is good, I guess. What do you think? You still hate it?
I don't like it. I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's too much of the game that is just absolute random chance for me to really. There's too many people too. It's just a whole bunch of random faces. None of them I have any connection with. They're not there. It's there's too much of everything to be like graspable, you know?
Um,
It doesn't seem worth
I
I don't
think
know.
less people would be boring. If you get to know 50
In
people,
that
that's
I mean
easier.
in that context, in that whole setup, yeah, with fewer people it would become boring, which is why I don't like the whole idea. It just there's too many people to get, you know, I don't know. But I
Oh,
guess
you want to build a
the
bond.
generation, our generation grew up with like Survivor, right? There's 20 people and you get to know the people and you get to see the behind the scenes conniving that they do and making alliances with each other. And there's an actual
You can see that
investment.
after one episode.
Well, then
They build bonds and
maybe they're
friendships and
doing,
stuff.
maybe they're, well, I don't know. Maybe they're implying and giving away who's going to end up winning at the end or something. I don't know. I didn't like it. It was, I don't know. I can keep watching more episodes if I have to, but I would prefer to spend my time in other ways. Um,
Uh, yeah, Angel wanted to know, that was very interesting with you guys
I
talking
did.
about Mr. Beast. And
Mhm.
yeah, they remember your smile, your half smile. No, you were like Mr. Beast's smile. Oh yeah, yeah. Mr. Beast's smile when you Google him is like uh, that's like when you say cheese. He's getting picture ready when he does that. You can't be happy every moment.
Yes, I understand that, but you know, somebody who spends that much time in front of a camera should have at least some degree of awareness of which muscles get engaged when they're actually genuinely smiling and have like some control over that to be able to fake it, you know?
Mhm.
I don't know. Maybe I'm being too harsh of a critic, or maybe I'm giving everybody in the world except Mr. Beast too much credit, but his smile looks way too
I
fake
think
for me.
I think you gathered opinion about him, and it's not going to change once you got your opinion about him.
Probably, I guess. Yeah.
You're not giving him a chance.
I did give him a chance. I watched an episode. It was actually the second episode that I watched. I slept through the first one. It had already played it while I was like passed out. Just auto played after I finished something else. But yeah, it was the second episode. Should I go back to the first? Is it better from the first episode?
I think if you watch the first one, then you watch the second one, then you see like people start to build bonds. People start to gather relationships, and
Well,
yeah, uh, yeah. They sit there and they listen to those people gather relationships and stuff, and then they build them challenges based on the relationship you might have with this person and that person. It can get really fucked up. Yeah,
hmm.
yeah, it can make you need mental health support after that shit. Um, Make you team up with your friends, and then you got to pick one to send home. Yeah, you got to actually watch. I don't think you'll get
I
into
mean,
it, Mark, if
yeah,
you
they
don't
did.
watch it
There were
episode.
some, there were like voluntarily sent themselves home because it was, yeah. And that episode I watched is like, okay, so you must choose one person from among yourselves to get eliminated, and they were all collectively like, well, does anybody here want to go home? Is anybody like missing their family or anything? And one lady was like, I'll do it, for the team stuff. So there was enough of a connection between them for there to be that degree of loyalty. But I mean, it also had to have been, straining. And she also probably genuinely did just want to go home and didn't think she was going to make it to the end anyway. So, um,
Yeah, he usually pays people like you can take this amount of money and go home now. And yeah, if you don't think you can make it past 1,000 people, then take that
yeah,
risk. Yeah,
yeah.
some people he were giving
Well,
like $10,000 and stuff. I don't know if everyone here watched Mr. Beast, but yeah, he gave out a lot of money. Yeah, he's like, you want to go home? You want to go home? We need this many people to go home before we move to the next step.
yeah. I just had a thought. I think I would find it a bit more engaging if it was Mr. Beast's own actual money. If it was like you could go home now and take $10,000 directly out of Mr. Beast's bank account, or you could stay in and keep playing and see if you get to the end. I would just take the money, take it from Mr.
A lot
Beast.
of people,
That would be more
a lot of people
interesting.
do. It's like, would they
But it's
have
not
one
his,
where
right?
they
It's not, he's just hosting it, and the production company is just paying for all of it and paying out these prizes, right?
no, he said it was his money.
It is? It is his money?
That's what he
Like,
said. He's
is it
trying to
really,
send people
really
home, so
for realsies
that's
his
what he
money,
said.
or
It is his
is it
money.
just like the production company paid him all of this money in a lump sum beforehand so that he could say it's his money afterwards or something? I don't know. If it is his money, that might be a little more interesting. I would find it, yeah, I would take his money without a second thought. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm,
that's what he said. It's his money. He
okay.
tries to get
Well,
people to go
hey,
home so he doesn't have to send. Well, I think he said he gave away 10 million on season one, and he tries to get people. He's like, I only want to give away five this time, and he's like, go home now. I give you 500,000. Yeah, Mark, you got to get into it. I don't know.
okay. Yeah, maybe I should watch the first episode. Maybe there was enough like groundwork laid there to that I just was missing too much and it just all seemed random. But yeah, I'll go and watch the first episode and see,
Okay,
and then yeah, the first episode and then rewatch the second episode and we'll see. Ah,
okay. Yeah,
okay.
Angel in particular asked about Mr. Beast. It's like,
For
Mark seems
Angel, I'll
all
do it.
right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh, um, Another topic was how the times have changed, and when I say how times have changed, I mean particular from our generation, maybe like early '90s, early '80s, and between that period, well, '80s to the '90s. Uh,
Well, I don't know
how
about
like
you. I wasn't
was it?
alive in the early 80s, man. I'm an 80s baby, but
Well,
not that 80s baby or that far 80s.
I'm thinking like the things that have changed in that period of time, like
Yeah. Okay.
camera devices, TVs have changed.
Yeah.
And I want to talk about the pros and cons. You know, there's a whole lot of what has changed, like mental health stuff, depression, anxiety.
Yeah.
Not many social people.
I'm
It's made people less
gonna take
social.
take a pee break real quick before we dive into that. But yeah, I'm still listening. So
Uh, yeah, Kevin, what do you think about that? How since we talked about how times have changed, I do believe it's changed some for the bad, some for the good. People watching, if you hear me think about things that have changed, and put it in the comments and we'll talk about it. But yeah, for me, I think right here I wrote down a lot of the devices and stuff. What I mean by that is like everything around us is like it's like changing. Yeah, and what made me think of that is I'm in a house where there was an older lady before she passed, and Kevin, your mic is off. Um, yeah, so there's a lot of older stuff like TV with the. I told my mom it has the bubble on the front and the bubble on the back. Big TV. I don't know why she still has it. Well, she passed, so it's here. Uh, and yeah, everything around
There's,
this house is really.
well, there's there's old CRT TVs that are they can be pretty solid. They'll last very long. But
There's still some tapes here as well. Um, yeah, VCR and the tapes.
I'm
Um,
trying to go
this
through.
huge TV.
there's
Uh,
there's some bands recently that have started releasing stuff on cassette tapes again. Can you believe that?
yes, I seen
Oh yeah,
what's it called? Taylor Swift cassette tape, and it was orange and it was golden glitter.
I mean the vinyl I get that's kind of cool and there's something to be said for the physical engagement with analog music itself. You know, kind of in the same way that there is for a like people who like reading a physical book versus reading it off of the screen. There's been people or researchers who found that that changes a lot of retention, you know? But I can't imagine that coming with a cassette tape, you know? It's like click. click, and it just sounds staticky version of the music. I don't even know where I would. I don't think I even have a cassette player anymore. Do you?
Think if I maybe in the attic, I have a box of stuff. I have a Sega and maybe a cassette something. Yeah, I might. Because that was the big thing, making mixtapes. Yep,
Yeah.
and
Yeah. Yeah, I need the double.
mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I know
Um,
I've got a couple
I have some
turntables, but I
vinyl,
don't.
but um, I have some vinyl, but when I moved here, my mom kind of everything's kind of everywhere still. I have been here for 4 months, but yeah, those vinyl used to be sitting along this wall in this other room, and now they're just not there. But yeah, there's some comments here. One says, "I like how they've gotten back to LP records," and that's from Jim. And Jim also said, "Making me feel back in the day." And then he also says, yeah, the cassette, they should almost bring back the 8 track if they're going that far.
Yeah, really.
um,
What about vinyl? Any vinyl fans out there? I mean, they
I
always
got
say,
some.
I, yeah, I like, but they always say like it has a crisp, some kind of different sound. And
The
I
warmth
know
to it.
some jazz music, but I've never heard it. I've heard it remastered, like I've heard it, but I don't know if it's on digital now, so I
I wish
just
I could
can't
find these.
tell.
I'm going to find these vinyl.
Yeah, but I'm gonna try to go through, the good and the bad and the ugly of the past 30 years, and see where we've gotten to. Through each decade. I I loved the 90s. That seemed to be the best. But
Kind of like a golden age, I think, of America.
oh yeah,
Um, Peak
growing up,
of
that
like the
was
cultural influence.
mhm, yeah. Oh, everyone loves their nostalgia. Mhm.
Yeah, do you think that it really was a peak of like our cultural influence, or do you think that we're just viewing it that way out of nostalgia and that other generations, I don't know, I can't imagine like Zoomers or Gen Alpha looking back positively, nostalgically at growing up in like the lockdown era and having their childhood schoolhood experiences interrupted with you know, distance
Well,
meetings and all that.
I wanted to compare this to a conversation earlier, but I forget what. Yeah, I mean these Zoomers or yeah, Generation Z, they're just young. They're basically kids, 21-year-olds, and to think that the past 11 years of their life, that's like half their life. And it's been it's been really stressful. The
Yeah,
pandemic
everything that
and
they've seen Oh, sorry.
Yeah. No, no. Yeah, it's just madness for them, isn't it? Just escalating escalating tension. And I mean, there was wars, you know, when I was a kid, there was the Persian Gulf and yeah, and all that. But there's been wars through every generation, but I don't think was just different about this period. And what is it? Why are kids so devastated? I'm going to use
I
that
think that
word.
Mhm. It's, well, they grew up in a time period where, I mean, like you said, in this past like 11-ish years or so, um, ever since the oldest of that age, like the Zoomer age group cohort, had started to get any sort of political awareness, it was like right when there started to get that surge in political violence and like the the uh Charlottesville Unite the Right and the counter protests and the Antifa protesting the counter protests to the protests, and everything that they've seen is, just this increasing extremism from, you know, so I
I
don't
mean,
know.
there's always
Every
been
single
protests before.
election is seen as a fight for their lives. And I don't know how that could produce anything except a just an insecure populace.
Well, yeah.
A lot of
This came out.
the protests and everything, they all seem to make a lot more sense when they considered that there's no memory of any sort of stability in this country. It's always been teetering in one direction or the other direction, and um, um, about to fall or on the edge of this crisis or that crisis, and you know, labor shortage and migrant crisis and energy and this and that, and not all of these crises are necessarily actually existential in the way that
No,
they're being framed, but that doesn't necessarily seem like it registers in a lot of these Zoomers' minds. It seems like if there is a crisis, it must be existential because every crisis is a fight for the life and liberty of yourself and everybody around you. Or not even necessarily the liberty, just your life and the life of others around you. I don't know. I,
Um, and we were talking about vinyl. I went and got my vinyl, and I showed you those to the weekend. And Chris Brown, but my grandmother's vinyls are here, and they go back as far as 1957.
oh,
Um, yeah, there's like older. I don't know who this is, but it's still in the case. Uh, Brother and brother, or brother to brother. Uh, then there's this. This is the one that says 1957. Uh, I don't know who it is. The rock and roll era. It says,
Starlight
yeah.
Drive-In.
Hmm.
Is that the name of the album? Oh.
It's nice though. Then there's Anita Baker. She was young then. This was definitely in the 60s. Yeah. Uh, yeah, there's a little case here. I was trying to find a good one. Oh, there's a Christmas one. Uh, Bonnie Nertz. Uh, uh, the London Chuck Berry sessions. Who's Chuck Berry? I've heard of him.
Chuck
Uh,
Berry, the founder of rock and roll.
uh, well, I got a Chuck Berry now.
That might be worth something. Like
It's
a
open
lot,
though.
depending on that's really something there.
How
Is
old do you think this is? This says Charlie Brown. A
Oh,
Charlie
Charlie
Brown.
Brown Christmas? Really?
Yes.
huh,
We could see. Check real quick. Yeah. Quick Google search says Chuck Berry vinyls can range from 500 to up to over $400. So, I
Uh,
don't know. It depends on the album, depends on the condition.
yeah.
um, this one says a Charlie Brown Christmas. How old is Charlie Brown?
Old.
Yeah, very old.
Uh, let's see. Let's see. So many vinyl. Roger Miller.
Yeah, Charlie
Uh,
Brown Christmas generally between $20 and 150 plus, depending on the edition.
I just want to know when it came out. Uh,
Yeah. Oh, hey, how about this? So yeah, the standard new pressings in green, colored, or black usually sell for 20 to $25, but specialized high fidelity or limited editions such as the 45 RPM analog productions go for 150. So yeah, it might be
um,
expensive there. Of course,
this
the sentimental value of your grandmother's records might be worth a bit more than just $100.
uh,
What what's that
this
now?
this was $3.99. Imagine how long that ago that was. And the song on it is Juicy Fruit.
Is that a single or
There's one song on each side.
okay?
Juicy Fruit and Juicy Fruit vocal and Juicy Fruit instrumental. Um, wow. Uh, Holy Smoke, Richard Pryor, and it's not even open.
Oh my God! You got Richard Pryor.
That
It's tearing apart. It's destroyed, but the disc is still in plastic.
what's the which album?
Uh,
Is it
Holy Smoke.
pre hmm? Sorry, what year?
Holy Smoke is the name of it.
Oh, okay, that's so it was after the accident. Okay,
Uh,
he was.
Motown. I don't know who that is. The Commodores. You guys, we're
Oh,
so young. This one says it came out in 1980.
yeah,
Makes me feel so young. Then when I see my kids, it
Motown.
makes me feel old.
Motown. The Mo in Motown comes from Motor. It's they're a record label built up in Detroit, um, making recording a lot of um, artists that were not welcome at, or a lot of black artists that were not welcome at white record studios and stuff, but ended up making a sort of sound for themselves, essentially, collectively. So the whole Motown sound became a thing.
This one came out in 1973, and it's Barry White. And this one is Junior Walker and All the Stars Shotgun.
Should have been doing this with Jeff here.
Right.
Yeah,
It's never too late.
I'd like to
Uh,
get his opinion on these. It's a good collection. Yeah. James
if
Brown.
anyone would like to
Or
join, let
no,
us know in the
Barry
comments.
White, you said. Okay.
Yeah, let
Hmm?
us know in the comments if you like to join and we figure out something. Somebody who knows something about this music. Uh,
I know a pretty good deal about music, but not, I didn't listen to it, but back in the day, I did listen to a lot of the songs. I can,
this one says Back to Church. I think it's a church CD then, I'm assuming. Oh, yeah, Reverend Richard White. And there's a lot of different reverends on here. Oh. Uh, Betty Everett. I don't know who that is. Kenny Lester. I do have the player for this. We're not gonna do that though, but yeah, I didn't go through these ever by myself because they were just dusty. But you guys gave me a reason to go through some vinyl, and now I see what I've been given,
We need to
like it was
get you a
trash.
Yeah, we need to get you a better, like an actual turntable, like something better than the little Crosley table, because those, when they're with the like the all-in-one thing where they've got the speakers built in and stuff, the movement of those speakers vibrating, since they're all mechanically linked up to um, I mean, everything essentially. The vibrations travel through the tone arm and rub and wear down the records prematurely. Plus, the tone arms don't have a counterbalance to control the amount of pressure that they apply to the needle. So they weigh down heavily and then get shaken and vibrated. So they don't do a very good job of like really clearly bringing out the sound. And they tend to ruin your records. So be careful. You got
Uh,
some good stuff
you
there.
guys want to get Jeff on the line and talk about vinyl?
Get Jeff, yeah.
Jeff, you got time to get on the line? Let us know. We'll figure it out, get you the code and stuff, and get you in. Yes, please let me know. You guys know who Irby Man is?
Ooh,
Jazz.
mm,
There's a lot of jazz in here.
I mean, makes
Is that what
a
you
lot of
listened to in the
sense.
70s?
Your grandmother's generation, mm, big bands, jazz, it's kind of the thing, right?
Um, no. She was born in 1918. So
Yeah,
that's
that's
generations before. This was
that's the big bands, and jazz was just emerging 1920s, 1930s. That's,
okay.
Depression era, and then
Um,
yeah, the emergence of jazz out of, well, I don't know, actually. Yeah.
well, that was the difference
African
between,
American culture gave us all of the good music.
mm,
Everything all came down or descends from something, yeah, rock and
that's
roll.
a slight misinterpretation, but
I don't know.
and
It's a hyperbolic. It's a
overgeneralization.
hyperbolic, but I mean, metal traces its roots from rock and roll. Rock and roll traces its roots down to blues, traces its roots down to R&B, traces its roots down to like, so I mean, it's a lot of this stuff. Everything. It all
Because
seems to come from a um a commonality. I don't know. It seems like there's a commonality there that
Yes,
should be
but
acknowledged.
when I don't like it when people say that, like, black people invented music or whatever, because
Oh, well,
there was
it makes
huge influences from European style music and orchestrative. They came in and Irish and Appalachian music and other Caribbean music, especially people like that.
I mean, you
Bob
can't really
Marley.
separate Caribbean music from black people either. So just just
Oh,
high percentage of African descendant individuals in the Caribbean areas. So those influences from sub-Saharan Africa that would have been carried over from the transatlantic slave trade would have had commonalities between them too,
yes, but they're two different styles of music.
with a common ancestor, common origin. Still, they both all go back to Africa.
Whatever.
Yeah, but,
Just I mean, the non like white orchestral super snooty stuff. I'm just saying the cool music, the good stuff comes from, you know, they gave us Motown, they gave us jazz, they gave us blues, they gave us rock and roll, they gave us R&B, you know. There's a melting pot of influences in them, but they were influences that, you know, had to have been assembled by somebody, and that assembly deserves acknowledgement.
Hmm.
But yeah, oversimplification for sure. But still, take take that influence out of the North American musical repertoire, and you're left with not much that has no influence there. You know, the great melting pot, right? Can't separate anything entirely.
um,
It's
I'm
just
trying to find the code for today to get Jeff in. Anybody know the code for today? Can you send it to him if possible?
I just clicked a button.
Right, me too. Um,
By the way, Chuck Berry did invent rock and roll, and then everyone else took it elsewhere. So, and,
um, we gotta get Jeff on
and
here. I
Yeah,
do
we're
need to know this
rocking and we're
code.
rolling. Yeah. But Chuck Berry, you mean Chuck Berry invented the term rock
you
and roll? Or,
know the style, just the
uh,
style, the basic style. Let me think of the key. Just the 1, 2, 3, 4, and basic snare, bass, snare. Like that, and what would be the chromatic
Oh,
for that?
the major scale, four
One, four,
four.
five.
Well, I'm not sure what the progression would be. Like the big one, right? Yeah, but early 50s, they all kind of shared a similar chord progression. Is that what you talking about?
Yeah. Mhm.
Mhm.
Jeff, I sent you the login information. If you see it, log in. If you do not, let me know. Um, yeah, that'll be nice. Music history, you guys. Anybody want to join the conversation? Let us know. Um, yeah, because a lot of this music, I'm going to need somebody older than me to give me some history. Because a lot of this is I got this from a lady born in the 19 teens, and a lot of this came out in the 60s and 70s. So, I mean, other than these I have, they came out in the last few years. But these right here that my grandmother has, uh, the best of Swan Silverstones was 99 cents. How far ago was this? I don't even know how old this is. 1972. Wow. So my grandma was at least 50 by the time she started buying these. Uh, oh shit. Um, hurting stuff, dropping stuff. Um, the Blind Boys. The original five Blind Boys of Mississippi in 1972. Okay. Quincy Jones,
Quincy
Marvin
Jones.
Gaye, Marvin Gaye, James Brown, the Isley Brothers.
Those are all fantastic. I mean, what
um, yeah, this was came out in. I can't find the date on the back. Uh, yeah, then you got Marvin Gaye at the London Palladium. Oh yeah, this is major old. 1977. The Isley Brothers have quite a few that don't have cases. The Isley Brothers, The Heat Is On. Oh my goodness, 99 cents? And James Brown.
what songs are on there?
There is How Do You Stop? The special extended, and then Goliath. Um, yeah, these vinyls have two songs on them. I have vinyl these days with so many songs on them.
Mm,
This is the Isley Brothers.
mhm.
I've come up.
And that Quincy Jones, he's been great at
Uh, Born Again, Tommy Ellison and the Five Singing Stars for $1.77.
mm,
Okay. What's the profit margin? $2 is a win.
wow.
Uh,
Yeah, people said they you know, $3 singles like that. And I even heard concerts where like $3 tickets too. You know, stuff was
I send the
I like to
information on Reddit. Oh, Jeff, if you don't have the information on Reddit, I don't know what's going on. I sent it to you. Uh, Trying to get them in here, you guys. Trying to get them in. Um, Keep going through these vinyl. Uh, the Jackson Southerners.
Just
That'll
did
be
a quick little check. The inflation, if it's just inflation alone, $2, and assuming just ballpark guess, it was $1956, just because, $2 1956 purchase, would be equivalent of about $24 in today's money. So I don't know if that's too far off.
I got
The
something made
value
half
now
work.
would be more in the collector's market rather than just pure inflation. I think it'd probably be worth more than $24.
Um, you guys ever heard of Craftwork, Computer Worlds.
Kraftwerk, Krautrock. Yes, I know who
Is that
Kraftwerk is.
is that German?
Yeah, they
Yes, it
were
is.
like,
It's
yeah,
Interpol and
Krautrock.
Dutch Bank, FBI in Scotland.
Ah,
Uh,
yeah, okay.
you have
Yeah.
heard of them, Mark?
Yes, yeah, Kraftwerk. Yeah, they
Mm.
were, yeah, Krautrock was a sort of a musical movement originated in Germany in um, uh, the Soviet Cold War era, and kind of it was sort of taking the sound of rock and moving it far more experimentally than any sort of traditional like American layout. So they were kind of seen in some ways as the progenitors of like progressive rock, as we would call it here in the United States now. So bands like King Crimson, um, and Yes, uh, for example, over here in the US would be kind of um, in a similar group with Kraftwerk. I think. Actually, I might have it backwards the other way around. Let me see.
Wow.
No.
Whitney Houston.
Oh, wait, no, they're still around. Formed in 1970. So, yeah, kind of, yeah. But yes, more electronic than rock in a lot of ways. But there were, yeah, um, one of the earlier adopters of the keyboard synthesizer. Um, so that's pretty cool too.
Oh, wow. I got the Mac. Huh?
And Kraftwerk is still touring too. They're playing in
They're the
Japan
guys in the big yellow
Korea
suits.
in April. Huh?
I don't
They're
know
the
if you guys
guys in
seen
this
the
big.
Mac, but that was a good one.
Yeah.
Uh, you should go see the Mac. It's
Ah,
hilarious with Richard Pryor and Don Gordon.
Seems like your grandma was a Richard Pryor fan.
Yeah, seems so. Uh, Jeff, I send the information. I really need your help on this one.
oh,
Uh,
what's that?
the Golden uh, Encore of Golden Hits from the Platters. Uh,
The Platters. I might be mixing them up with the Pretenders, but I don't know. No, 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 not the Pretenders. The
Yeah,
Jeff, I
Platters
send the
were
login information. Let me know if you got it.
a rhythm and
Please say
blues
you got it.
vocal group in 1952. One of the most successful vocal bands of the early rock and roll era. Their distinctive sound bridges the pre-rock Tin Pan Alley tradition with the new burgeoning genre. Tin Pan Alley tradition.
This one is Spaced Out Disco. The Galactica Force Band featuring disco themes from Star Wars 2001, Star Trek, and Close Encounters of the Third Kind for 69 cents. And it has that CP30 guy on it and the guy with all the hair all over his body. Do they call him
that's a
Chewbacca? Uh,
yeah, that's a very odd combination. Hmm.
What?
yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
uh, so like
That is weird.
John
Yeah. On the
Williams
back, they have,
That is,
and funk
yeah.
music.
They gave
uh,
Chewbacca a tail. That
yes,
is
they
like,
did.
yeah, that is as close as they can get without like getting a copyright infringement lawsuit.
Oh, that was before John Williams
69
went,
cents.
not John Williams, Lucas went crazy with that, and because he had, all the rights to the copyright, and I don't
Yeah,
think,
well, still though, I think that there was some efforts being made to kind of distance themselves from it just enough to be legally plausible, right? The tail, that's got to be just so that, Chewie doesn't have a tail. What are you talking about? This isn't him. You're imagining things, George Lucas.
I don't know. He's 8 feet tall. I don't know.
Yeah.
Can't see up there or down there.
Disco
Oh,
party.
I don't know. I think they've shown Chewie's ass enough to know whether he had a tail or not.
Probably.
This is this is the
Oh my
level
goodness, you
we
guys.
have reached now, the level of discourse talking about a
Mm.
fictional space creatures.
Mm.
Yeah.
Dev says he can't
Um,
get in, you guys. We need this music history from this guy. We need it, you guys. Um,
maybe
this
we
is
should plan
interesting.
this for another episode and do a dedicated music one.
Okay. Yeah. Uh, I don't
Maybe
know
we
who
can
this
get
is.
we've been needing to get Jeff back in for a while, like ever since he first came on. We needed a Jeff repeat.
Uh,
So
it
was that
told it says
Devo?
the password
Was
is
that
incorrect.
was that Devo you just had in your hand there?
Yes, you know who that is?
Yes.
Yeah. What was that? What was that song? Oh, yeah.
'Cause
1978.
yeah.
It was that one song. If you
I don't
get it in
know.
your head, you can't get it out.
I don't know. Do I want to know?
Let's see.
Do I
It's
want to
usually on the
remember it now
final.
if you can't get it out of my head? I remember reading something in it was some article, and I don't know how reliable a lot of these psychology articles can be, but they were talking about how earworms get into your head and like a song starts playing over and over and over and it can't why you can't get it out of your head. And they said, or they hypothesized, and I think that they claim to have proven with a certain confidence interval that um, the brain naturally seeks resolution in its life and existence. If it sees a pattern starting, it wants to see it to its end, right? So when you're hearing a song partly over and over and over in your head, they said that the cure to that is to listen to the song from beginning to end and have it like actually hear the end of it and resolve it, and then your brain can move on. So, um, yeah, so there's that. I don't know. I don't know. I've never had an earworm, or I haven't had an earworm since then where I've been able to try to test it and prove to myself whether or not it's true or not. But it seems plausible enough to be true. I don't know. What do you think, Kevin?
Uh, I think whip it. Just whip it.
Whip it
Dun,
good.
dun, 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 and whip it. Come on, whip it.
Yes,
That's
that's
what
the
Yeah.
that's what it says in the comments. It says "Whip It"
yeah,
by Devo is the
yeah,
song that
yeah.
you were talking
That's
about.
it. That
And the other comment that person said, it's Jim. He said, I have that disco party. Grabbed it when our roller rink has closed. Oh. This
Roller
disco
rinks.
party.
Oh, that's another thing. You remember back in the 90s, roller rinks, skating rinks and stuff?
Oh yeah.
That's
Hmm.
another way that the world was a better place for us than it will be
Oh
for the
yeah.
Germans. Unless they try to bring it back and make it trendy again and stuff. I don't know.
My.
I mean, that could only be a net positive for the world if the Zoomers go and start skating in circles.
Well, that's the what oh, that was loud. That's what they need. They need what are they called? Third space areas?
Yeah, third
Yeah.
party area, third, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I
First
got
is, yeah, well, I'm not gonna explain
like
it.
home,
Um
right? Yeah, it's good to explain it though, in case else has followed.
yeah, first space is family and friend family friends. Second space is work and I guess work and people
School,
there. And third space is public areas, just anywhere you could just bump into people and talk to them. And it seems over the past quarter century, those have disappeared.
yeah.
People don't go to movies anymore. They don't, you know, there's no
Right.
the roller rinks. Yeah, that's a serious issue with
And that brings,
young people don't date. They don't
They
go
don't
out
even
with.
know about roller rinks anymore.
yeah,
Jim is in the comments. He said, I hope they do bring it back. I used to rollerblade, but learned to roller skate to kind of dance to the tunes. You guys know who George Beverly is?
not offhand, no.
Uh, George
That's
Beverly Shea.
hmm.
Oh, when I hold it like that, and you guys are like, what is this guy doing? I'm reading the back as well. So,
Right.
uh,
Well, hey, I mean, still, it works both ways, right? You're showing us and you're reading.
Mm.
But
yeah.
I think album art is kind of half of the point of a
Oh yeah.
vinyl album, you know? You gotta like the
You want
holding
to
it
see
in
some
your
album
hand and the
art?
putting it on the record player and stuff. That's part of it. And then once you've got it going, you sit back and you look at the album art while it's playing. And the
Yeah, that's
Art.
all
listening
kind
to
of
the
kind of a
music is
lost
Check this
art.
another
out.
thing.
That's
You want to talk about album art?
Oh, drippy. Yeah, you need a black light.
Uh, look at the disc though. The disc is in here. Look at the
Wow.
disc though.
Oh, that's cool. I like that color.
Uh,
Like semi-transparent.
uh, I can see through it. So would that be all the way transparent? Well, yeah, semi-transparent.
Transparent.
Uh,
Yeah. You can't see you can't see the camera through the disc, but you can see a little bit of light through it kind of thing.
uh, yeah, and then there's three in here. I don't know if they're all the same color. Oh yeah, they're all red.
So there's a whole like
Heart.
folder just to hold more folders for the albums.
Say that again.
There's a whole folder there to hold just more folders for the albums and stuff, right? The packaging is what, like three discs, and each one has its own little envelope
Uh,
inside of another bigger, larger folder, and all of it
yes, there's
intricately.
one in here. There's one in
Yeah,
the middle one, and there's one in that one. And you fold and close like that.
nice.
Uh, they get
That's
better
cool.
though.
I
I
have
got
no
this
idea
one.
who that artist is, but I love that.
This is the weekend.
Okay.
Uh, this one opens, and there's a whole different art, but there's only two. And it's yellow instead of anything else. Oh, Mark left. That's why I didn't hear anything. Uh, yeah. I have red ones, yellow ones, green ones. Uh,
I got this.
think of this.
This isn't a vinyl record. I do
Mark.
have the vinyl of it too, but this is like the super premium collector's box version of this album with
Yeah, all
Steven
these say
Wilson.
collectors too, but I listened to them. I took them out of the case.
Huh?
I said a lot of these say collectors too, but I took them out of the case.
Yeah. I broke the plastic seal on this too, but I don't regret doing so. The whole thing, I mean, there's the Blu-ray and the DVD and all that, but this album is a concept album based on the story of um a woman, and I'm blanking on her name now, but it's over in Britain and she was living on government assistance, and she had passed away, and was living alone in this apartment, and she was, sitting down and had the TV on when she passed away, and
Kevin.
she was sitting there for 2 years.
Oh.
Nobody knew, nobody recognized, nobody realized. All of her neighbors heard the TV and assumed that stuff was happening and that she was still alive. But yeah, the album was inspired by that story and was made to tell a fictionalized story of someone similar who's kind of left off to the margins of society, and somebody who can pass away and not even be noticed, and but still have a whole, like, their entire, so this whole thing, this book, it's basically like meant to be her like her
This
life
one.
scrapbook and stuff. So I've been very careful to keep everything exactly in its place because it's got like little postcards and stuff, and you know, so yeah, you don't get this kind of level of thought and
Get this type of level of
connection
thought.
to the without, or with just a digital download, or a stream on Spotify, you know. It's good to hear the music, don't get me wrong, but
Oh, look at this one.
it's commodified more than I think it should be.
Mark.
Nice. I can't read that. I see
I
love in the
can't read it
sky,
either.
belong to the world, but yeah, I can't read Japanese.
Oh, no,
I
I
got,
was just showing the case, not necessarily the songs are all are yeah, the
yeah,
song is what side the disc
I
is
like
on.
that shade of blue. And oh wow, I got this one. Uh,
Yeah. You start speaking the language when you start talking um vinyl. There's some comments here, two from Jim. He said, I think I heard about the new Kiss album. Nice one. Jim says, that red one, that was a single artist, right? Um, yeah, that was Chris Brown was the red one. And then it says, I can't think of the name, but I think I recognize it. Uh, this is the Kissland album. Uh, I had a record player that I got from Amazon. Then I was talking to somebody else, and then he was like, "Your record player has a speaker on it, and that can be bad for the disc or whatever. The bass when it skips or when it goes around might skip it or something like that." So I sent it back, and I don't have a record player now. But I was given my grandmother's, so now I have one. It's really dusty, but it works.
Mm,
So
okay.
I say Dusty. I mean, she hasn't used it since the 70s. It looks like I went like this with my finger, and the dust had a level of thickness.
Wow.
Times have changed with these LPs. Yeah, I wanted to talk about a lot of this music with Jeff. We'll figure out a time it might be better, a different one or something or whatever. If we don't get him on here today, uh, I sent the login information, but he's not getting it. He said, uh, and yeah, I don't understand.
Mm.
Give me a second. Give me a second, Jeff. Uh, um, any music tips? I mean, facts you guys know?
What do you mean by facts? Are you it?
Because Kevin was talking about, I think he said something in the 70s or something. And then I showed you the vinyls and we stopped talking about it.
I don't know what were we talking about?
When
I was
certain music
making
came
broad
out.
sweeping generalizations and
Oh no, nothing.
yeah.
That's
No, it's where did and I dropped my little marble.
Um, oh, Jeff, try the code I just sent you. Sorry about that. Uh, yeah, I got the right info now. We're gonna get him in here and talk about this music before I put all this stuff away and then have to take it out again just to show him again because some of this we can get some information about. I heard of George Beverly, but I didn't know if he was big or not. Uh, yeah, some of these Anita Bakers and Marvin Gaye, I know who those people are, and there's a Whitney Houston
Yeah.
vital in here as well. Jeff, if you see the login information, please join us. We might need you here. Anybody else want to join us and talk about music? Let me know. Be very interesting to have more guests who know music, older music in particular.
Maybe should have a dedicated music episode in the future. We're coming up on 3 hours already here. Wait,
You're done
is
with
it
it?
three? Three.
Yeah, it's been three.
My alarm didn't go off. Wait,
Oh,
yep. 3 o'clock.
didn't
you
it?
done?
We had three.
It should have gone off 3 hour or 30 minutes ago. What the
Oh,
hell? Oh my gosh.
you busy? Busy day?
I'm just all over the place. I'm a mess in case you guys don't know that.
Jeff,
Okay.
I need your Reddit name to send you the information. Uh, yeah. Oh man.
Another note, there was that article that I had sent you guys.
Oh,
I wanted to bring up. I thought was kind of interesting. Hold on, where did it was? Um, yes. So, uh, chimpanzees apparently seem to love crystals. There was this group of researchers. Um, Well, wait, no, here. They say hominins have been collecting calcite and quartz crystals for at least 780,000 years. And a new study hints at why. So 780,000 years. That's pre
Mm,
anatomically modern human, right?
yes, 300,000 years ago, Homo
Okay.
sapien.
Okay.
What did
So
I?
would that have been before, wait,
I'm not sure what species came before Homo sapien, but
before the branch with Neanderthals, maybe? Or
no, no,
that
no.
might be
That's
going a
a
little
separate hominid.
so.
Um,
Well, if
um,
chimpanzees are collecting them, then it might be higher up the branch that this goes. I don't know. I'll just read the article and we can discuss after. How about that? So it says humans have been long fascinated by crystals. Archaeological evidence suggests our ancestors have treasured small quartz and calcite stones for at least 780,000 years, often bringing them back to their shelters for safekeeping, even though they served no apparent practical purpose. But why? What is it about these sparkly, multi-sided stones that makes them so compelling? Chimpanzees, some of humans' closest living relatives, might hold clues. Like humans, chimps seem to like crystals. They might even highly value them, according to a study published March 3rd in the journal Frontiers in Psychology. The findings hint at an evolutionary explanation for our enduring love for crystals. Since humans and chimpanzees diverged from a common ancestor species that lived approximately 6 to 8 million years ago. Okay, there's the answer to the question I was asking. We know that we've had crystals in our minds for at least 6 million years, says lead author Juan Manuel Garcia Ruiz, a crystallographer at the Donacita International Physics Center in Spain, in a statement. I probably butchered that pronunciation. For the study, researchers worked with two small groups of chimps housed separately at a primate rescue facility. The creatures are uncultured, meaning they've had extensive interactions with humans. In the first experiment, researchers placed a roughly 1 foot tall, multifaceted quartz crystal on a pedestal in each chimp's group yard. They placed a similarly sized brownish sandstone rock on another pedestal nearby. The chimps were initially curious about both rocks, but very quickly they began to ignore the dull rock and focus on the crystal. They snatched it off the platform and inspected it from different angles. Members of both groups eventually brought the large crystals back to their hay-filled indoor sleeping areas. With one group, the researchers had to negotiate with the chimps to get the quartz back and ultimately offered them lots of bananas and yogurt in exchange for the shiny rock, hinting that the animals highly valued it. In the second experiment, researchers created piles of pebbles that contained a handful of small quartz and calcite crystals. When the chimps discovered the mounds, they quickly plucked the crystals from the bunch. They examined them closely, held them up to the light. They carried them in their mouths and once again took them back to their dorms. This obvious and persistent behavior went beyond anything I could have ever anticipated, Garcia Ruiz tells Benjamin Taub there. Um, it means that chimpanzees' interest in crystals goes beyond mere curiosity. The In a third explanation or a third experiment, researchers added pyrite, more cubic and metallic looking than the other crystals, to the pebble isles. One chimp named Sandy scooped the pile into her mouth and climbed up to the wooden platform where she separated the three crystal varieties from the pebbles. Pyrite, calcite, and quartzite crystals have different levels of transparency, symmetry, and luster, so her ability to group all three pebbles amazed us, Garcia Ruiz said in a statement. Carrying the objects by mouth, an atypical behavior in chimp, might also hint that the animals consider the crystals valuable. The scientists think both early humans and the chimps were drawn to crystals because of their distinctive shapes and transparency. Unlike most natural objects, which tend to be irregular or curved, crystals often form regular geometric shapes with multiple flat faces. features that likely would have made them stand out to human ancestors. The chimps in the experiments apparently share our own fascination with lustrous and translucent objects, says Michael Haslam, an archaeologist with Historic Environment Scotland, who was not involved with the research. Um, but he notes the sample size is small, just 9 individuals, and it involves animals that are accustomed to humans and human objects. Islam also points out that the attraction to crystals is not unique to primates nor mammals more broadly, as some species of birds have also been observed collecting them. So he cautions against drawing broad conclusions about which crystal features captivated the chimps and whether the work says something about human ancestors. In the future, researchers hope to explore individual chimps' personalities to figure out if some animals are more attracted than others. They also aim to run similar experiments with wild chimps as well as gorillas and bonobos to see if their enthusiasm for crystal applies more broadly. So, what do you guys think? Any thoughts? I thought that was pretty interesting. Um, I would not have thought that chimpanzees would value quartz crystals like that.
Um, I have a friend who does. Well, she has a lot of crystals, and she always like playing with them, and then she does a podcast with like telling people how crystals can help the body and stuff. Uh, do the animals feel like that?
I mean,
I don't, I don't, I'm not a monkey whisperer, but
Uh,
I think if they're stating outright that uh, monkeys like crystals, that could be possible. But I think it's hearing the following behavior. I think it's something else. I think uh, primates do have a sense of value in things. Maybe they thought it was and value and hierarchy and status. I think primates have all shown this. So I think perhaps one of them having uh, this and then being rewarded in the as was that in the they picked up the I don't know I wasn't um yeah I think it's more of a status thing than anything else perhaps.
yeah, maybe their uh, acclimatization or whatever they called it, or a customization to humans had seen them and observed that humans value things like that through the glass or something and kind of inferred that these are things. I don't know. I think it's yeah. Yeah,
um,
it's good to
oh,
avoid drawing any conclusions initially, and especially like you said, don't draw broad conclusions about whether the work says something about human ancestors. But conversely, if there was something to say about human ancestors, it would show up in work like this. So, um, yeah, it's not necessarily saying positive, but it's definitely not ruling it out. So,
Hmm.
um,
Yeah.
there's a comment here. It says, I think I'd understand an animal's curiosity as something capable of driving their collection of such odd things. And then it's Jim. He leaves another comment and says, and maybe a chance occurrence while bearing such an item would fool them.
And maybe what? Something chance some
And
what?
maybe a chance occurrence while bearing such an item could fool them.
Yeah.
Cool, because we do see mammals displaying uh, objects, in like mating processes, and they offer like food or whatever, and it's uh, and it's part of their prowess and everything. So I think this could all be part of their mental uh, or their mental DNA. Yeah.
That's interesting. I kind of I don't know. I feel like from that you could infer that there's some level of a concept of value, not necessarily in the strict psychological or scientific sense that we use, but there's some unarticulated concept of value that exists and predates even the divergence
Right.
of chimpanzees from or not chimpanzee of the apes from all of the rest of mammals to varying degrees perhaps, but there's some understanding of value. um
Yes.
yeah,
Perhaps like this crystal was like I don't know, like a Lamborghini or something to yeah, I don't know.
that's
It's,
interesting. Would there be a a sort of concept of, well, I don't know, how does that then move forward and extend to like the financial systems of today? How
what was that?
are they
Obviously not the
any
complex
different?
stock market. It's just the
But
the very remember how we evolved. Very one cell we evolved from. And if that's a financial system of any sort, that's how our brains evolved over the next 6 million years. And we developed a civilization using mostly feudal people. Yeah. Yeah.
built on
So,
slavery. I think that we should acknowledge that. I mean,
yeah.
globally,
Okay.
everywhere, every civilization historically, it's brutal.
Mhm. And so they saw, I imagine they saw worth in this of some sort. It's that ugly duck theory. Is that the name of it? It was just something different than the rest. So they picked it out. And I mean, why is gold so valuable? What's
Right,
special about that?
ugly duckling theorem. Is that different from the um? Oh, sorry, never mind. Gold.
Yeah, why is that so special? Of all the metals.
Well, it's so special out of all the metals because the Anunnaki who came down here from space back in Mesopotamian times needed to mine the gold in order to fix the atmosphere on their planet in order to avoid a climate disaster.
Ah,
And we've carried that down. That's why we value gold, because the aliens value gold, because it does have some very, very unique scientific properties. It does have
actually, I know.
significant value to it on its own. Um, but that's nothing that would been or that would have never been obvious to any ancient culture. Nothing like that would have been
Right. I
apparent.
mean, what? Yeah, like why did they someday decide like, oh, this is awesome. I'm gonna, you
Yeah.
know,
Well, I mean, it is pretty. It does have a reasonable melting point. It is quite malleable, so it's
they
not
didn't they
difficult
didn't
to
know
work
it
with.
was a rare earth metal. Rare earth
No,
metal, but
no, no. But they don't need to know that necessarily to see that it's pretty and to find that it's easier to work into jewelry than a lot of other stuff.
mhm.
It's not necessarily
We're gonna
immediately going towards becoming an object of trade. It could first have been seen as a one of the more easily ornamental, because silver is also showing up a lot in around that same early time period as silver work, silversmithing, and goldsmithing. And silver is way, way more abundant than gold is, I think, right?
Mm. Ornamental. So vanity. There's a sense of vanity there. You think? Do you
Yeah.
think our chimp ancestors were vain at all?
I mean,
Like I said, there's a mating process and everything they have to disguise themselves. They have to
there's a
look good.
positive pressure towards vanity, I think.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I think everything draws towards that the mating process. And if, you know, they gotta look good, they gotta have good things. And that crystal, that's banging. That's a banging crystal.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, so that's something that the researchers didn't address, or at least didn't address in that point, is was there anything in those chimps' social hierarchy that could also be connected to the way they handled those crystals? Was it like the high value, like high status chimps that were handling it at the to the exclusion of others? Was it
mm,
could it have been a domination status symbol? Big chip has big rock. Big rock is big shiny too,
I guess they
more
were just
shiny
trying
than
to
others.
show,
Huh?
interest, because in the wild, they don't want to, hurt the chimps in a lab experiment. Then that could lead to a brawl,
Yeah, chimp
competing
war.
for, yeah, so, that would be something for, I don't know, would that be, you don't want to disturb them in the wild, but I'm sure you could.
okay. So this kind of leads into talking about aliens again because now I want to talk about aliens because Mark said aliens were here to get gold before us. Um, I can go as long as we need to.
Yeah, well, actually,
I
the
want to
aliens
get this off the
made
table.
us with some of their DNA, genetically engineered us, spliced some of their DNA into the apes that were already here, and created humans as a slave race to mine gold for them.
Oh,
That's the ancient Sumerian origin myth story that that's where humans came from in their
They
myth.
made us so we could make robots to mine it. 'Cause we're
Well, yeah,
done. Our
well, yeah.
we're not working anymore. They're gonna send
We're defective slaves if we're meant to mine
Oh man,
gold for them. We're doing a bad job of it.
we're
But yeah,
did you
that
guys
was
believe?
that was if you ever check out Ancient Aliens on the History Channel, that's basically the story that they tell in like season one. And then they just rehash that same thing with those same locations every single time. And now they're on like season 20 or something. And they're just still uh, re revisiting the same places and the same things. And it's like aliens built the pyramids to as a power generation source or something, or they and the obelisks are
What?
made out of granite because granite has a high quartz content, and the weight of the obelisks and the pressure that they push, generates electricity, which is technically true. Quartz does have what's called the piezoelectric effect, where pressure or force put on the crystal can cause it to exert an electrical potential. So, or conversely, an electrical potential applied to the rock can cause it to um, change shape and size. That's, yeah. But they don't generate beams of electricity streaming up to motherships in space from a single quartz obelisk. I don't know.
sounds like
Uh,
Discovery Channel is
what
gonna
show
run
is
out of
this?
places. Hmm. What's that?
What I said? What show is this? And then we got a comment. What's the name of that
Ancient,
show?
yeah, Ancient Aliens.
Oh, okay. And then
Yes.
the comment from Jim says, "I think I'd stopped watching that one after 5 or 6 seasons, with how it
Yeah,
seemed repetitive."
yeah. It's they just keep recutting the same content that they had from season one. They're still putting in footage from that first season, and they're because it's the same site. The archaeological sites don't change that much over these years. So they don't need to buy plane tickets to send this guy around to all these places over and over and over again. They just, edit it together from the stuff they've already filmed.
So it sounds like the Discovery Channel might actually have to discover another planet to go to, and
Yeah.
maybe they'll discover
Or
something
yeah,
to
or
talk
maybe they'll
about.
discover the ant people that live inside of the Earth,
Mhm.
um, or
Oh,
the ocean aliens.
I
Um,
saw I saw an article that said ants beat humans in a game or something.
Oh,
You showed intelligence. I'll look that up.
like collective intelligence, I assume.
I don't know.
oh, what I was gonna say was, um, so what with aliens, so you guys like, I'm not gonna say you guys believe the story. Um, do you guys believe in the people that they say come when you see aliens, like I'm not gonna say little black men. What is it called? The black suits that they wear, the Men in Black. Do you guys
Men in
believe that?
Black, Men in Black.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know. This could be a whole episode on its own here again. The Men in Black and the Ancient Aliens and all of this stuff, Um, there's
Okay.
a lot to unpack there. Um, I definitely would like to talk about it though, but I'm getting pretty tired and hungry. Um, there's a lot there. Yeah, the Men
I
in
got a
Black. Yeah,
Lunchable,
I don't know.
but
I think that it's not impossible for two odd looking men in black suits to show up somewhere. That's not implausible. Most of the other stuff about the Men in Black stories are pretty out there.
um,
I want to not necessarily out there, but they're starting to push on on that limit there of what's reasonable or not disprovable, you know. A black suit, yeah, sure. Two of them, yeah, sure. Um, Coming to question you on an encounter with an alien species. Uh,
What about a mind eraser? Yeah.
I've the circling the podcast circuit, there have been people who talk about, yeah, they have them. I don't know what to, I mean, it's kind of, it's almost entertaining, It's like, I don't know. It seems like a lot of ex-government people want people to believe that the government has all of this stuff, all of this technology is omnipotent and stuff. And yet we can't even balance the budget well enough to avoid shutting down. Like, I don't think that the government is competent enough to have a big behind the scenes conspiracy of that scale
Well,
necessarily.
that's
At
this
least
is a
not the
secret
surface level. Yeah, not the surface level
organization.
government. There's got to be something else.
um,
And in that case, either we'll never hear about them or
You gotta
they're
you
going
gotta
to be bad
watch
at their job. And
you gotta watch
if
more sci-fi.
yeah,
There's like
if people
MIB
like us
is
can find out about them, then they're really bad at being a secret society.
yes, there
um,
are.
a comment is here. A comment from Jim says it's not quite impossible, but I think the MIB would need to know so much about the quantum dimensions to keep up.
Yeah, I mean, they'd need to, I don't know. The whole thing is like, I don't know, it's undisprovable, so you can never really say no. But um, I don't know. So maybe it would be more useful to go down the if so, then why? Or what would they need? What would they do? If they're real, okay, right? How would they do this? How would they, I don't know about that, needing to know all that so much about the being in cahoots. Or yeah, I don't know if they need to know so much about all of the quantum dimensions if they're in cahoots with the aliens, right? Isn't that the simpler explanation, that our government and the Men in Black agency are allied with the aliens, and that's how they know exactly where to go and which people, and I
Oh,
mean, again, that can't be disproven, but that's so many more jumps, and I don't know. I don't know. I love to entertain this kind of stuff, and I don't know. And what about all those orbs of light and everything? There's all kinds of,
Yeah, I watched one the other day of that. The other day, there was a girl who was talking about how she looked out her window and seen some lights, and There was another alien documentary, so I could come talk about it, so I'd have a little bit. But yeah, she said she walked out to see him because she thought she was tripping looking through the window. And then she said she kept seeing them moving. Then they would stop, and then they would move and stop and move. She said they looked like they were playing with each other. There was two, and yeah. Then she said when she went in to get her phone to take a video and came back out, they were gone. So yeah. And then her neighbor said they had seen them too because they were looking out the window too, but never went outside or looked further into it. But they seen what she seen. Then those people with the black suits came and they were like, "Would you see?" Well, this is what she said. She said they asked her what she'd seen. Uh, and they asked to come in her house and sit down and talk to you. And she told them no. And they said, "We think we should come in and talk to you." And then she said she told them no again. And they just kept suggesting we should go inside. We should really talk. We should have a talk with you, not in front of people. Yeah. There's another comment here that says that makes me imagine if any society may make it to that makes me imagine if any society may make it to a time in which they remain calm through all the required time for such a trip or study of space.
I'm not sure I get
Mark?
what I don't know. I'm not sure I could understand what was being. Could you repeat that?
I'll read it one more time.
Yeah.
It says, that makes me imagine if any society may make it to a time in which they remain calm through all of the required time for such a trip or study of space.
A society
Hey,
here
Jim, you
or a
got Mark
society?
confused.
Uh,
Huh?
I'm not, yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of social upheaval associated with the whole process of moving from just a purely terrestrial species to, one that's, you know, one side of the globe is sending rockets up to space and the other side is, you know, exploiting the cheap labor or is providing the cheap labor that is making those rockets and all those fancy electronics possible. Um, how do we, is it uniquely human to create those kinds of systems and that sort of inequality? Um, is it something that other races on another planet might simply just work past without having that, by virtue of their own societal nature? You know, is it like just us mammals that fight and
Um,
I don't know.
Jim says, if we send some out, let's say a light year and a distance, but longer time for ourselves, with both of our society on Earth and those in whatever ship remain calm and attached enough to compare to a person on a ship across the ocean. Should I read that again for you?
Sure. Yeah.
It says if we send some out, let's say a light year in distance, but longer time for ourselves, with both our society on Earth and those in whatever ship remain calm and attached enough to compare a person on a ship across the ocean.
Okay. Um, they send someone a light year out. Is that what, did I
That's what it
understand that?
says.
Okay.
Yeah. There's another one that just came through from Jim. It says, millennia would pass for us. So, how do we keep that ship and their crew and ourselves on Earth attached enough to learn from such an exploration? This guy's testing you guys.
No, I
And
just
then he
can't.
said, compare it.
He's not
It
testing me.
also
I can't.
says, compare
Can't
it.
even hear him. I don't. Those aren't words to me.
Well, the
Um.
relativity of it, in order to get 1 light year out, you got to move fast to get there, or, well, yeah, and any communication back and forth would become longer and longer to take, for communication instructions for a robot here on Earth or for a robot like uh, the solar clipper that just not too long ago went through the corona, that it takes 8 minutes for a radio signal. So when you send it out a light year, that's, a year for a message to get there, another year for it to get back. Um, but that's also
Um,
ignoring the speed that that object is moving. And however fast they're moving, they would experience time differently, slower and slower and slower than, the people here on Earth. So that
So
time dilation would eventually make communication impossible, regardless of the distance, wouldn't it? If they are moving so slowly from our Earth-based perspective that a single word takes an hour for them to pronounce, then communication is effectively impossible when you add in the what 2 year back and
whatever our
forth communication.
whatever our fuel is, it can't. Yeah, we're gonna have to.
Yeah, how
um,
do we get them that
Yeah.
far and that fast?
yo,
Yeah.
there's a comment here that says, from Jim, it says, compare it to when many Europeans didn't want to chance heading to the Americans. Sorry, I watched too much Star Trek and sci fi docs. Yeah, I think you're looking about the Artemis satellites just reached a light year, and a message from it takes so much longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I, I remember hearing a joke, and it was told by a British person. And it was told by a British person to a British person. So that's the only reason it was particularly appropriate there. It's kind of weird here, but they said, what do you call a Brit with ambition, an American?
I was thinking you were going to say that. I didn't want to, though. I
Yeah,
didn't want to say
right?
it, but I
Yeah.
thought you would.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so the it takes a certain degree of ambition, a certain personality to even want to risk such an excursion like that. So you're going to have dramatic differences in personality between the earthbound, the stuck people, and the star people. And they're gonna um so that raises a question: how much is personality ingrained before birth, nature versus nurture. There's a lot of personality that seems to be highly uh, uh, hereditary. So, with that in mind, there might be very, very big differences in, that isolated group sent out, a light year away. By the time they get to a light year away, if it's been several generations for them to get there, then yeah, it might be a distinct culture on its own. I mean, look what happened in America, right? We've got our own very distinct culture compared to Britain. There's definitely similarities, but there's big differences. So, yeah. And a lot of that was initially selected for based on personality just by virtue of who's willing to take the risk of crossing an ocean, you know?
Well, that's um, sort of.
Sort of.
Oh,
In what way would it not be?
they were religious refugees. They left because they were basically kicked out and they didn't want,
Okay.
you know,
Yeah, I can see that. I guess
it's not like it's
the
not like they were
cohort, yeah,
specially chosen, the original.
well, they were specially chosen. They were like, get out of here. The
Yes, I guess that is being
Puritans,
specially
you
chosen. All right,
guys
yeah,
suck.
I'll give
And
you
didn't the
that.
Puritans, wasn't there, didn't they lead a revolt against the monarchy at the time, the Puritans? And they reigned in England for a few years. Wasn't that Oliver
Wait, what are
Cromwell
we
and
talking about?
all that? And then so the British were like, we've seen how you guys live, how you want us to live. You guys suck. And living puritanical rules sucks. We want to drink and dance and swear
Right.
again. So uh no,
Well,
you can't set up your puritanical society and lord it over England. Get out of here, right?
basically, yeah, they kept
But
kicking out all the
interestingly enough,
people.
the British, it seems, view the pilgrims who initially came over here as bigots and land grabbers. So,
Eh,
I mean, it's not either or, right? But yeah, I thought that was interesting.
You want to know
I've
something
always
funny?
only ever heard like the Thanksgiving story, and we were um I don't know, just yeah, I thought that was interesting when I heard the
if we
British.
reached another planet, would we be land grabbers and just like
I
Well, I don't know.
my
I mean,
last neighbor
they had a
made their
few
last
things.
name was land grab.
What?
And that's what made me think of when you said land grabbers. My last neighbor, their last name was land grab, so that's very interesting. I didn't think anything of it to be thinking, and now that I look at it, that
Yeah.
could mean something. They were
But I mean, yeah, when I wasn't necessarily thinking the initial colonial founders under the British rule, but after the American founding and stuff, at post-revolution, the groups that were coming here, um, a lot more motivated by the potential um, over here in America. Um, so
hmm,
yeah, They weren't the
Just
ones who were kicked out. They were the ones who got out or whatever, left on their own volition. Um,
I wanted to talk about SpaceX. I didn't do as much research as I know I should have, but um, yeah, there was a base I was looking at the video where they were talking what's happening at Cape Canaveral, I think the name is, somewhere in South Florida.
yeah,
Uh, is it
the
Cape, is
Cape
it Cape
Kennedy,
Canaveral?
Cape Canaveral.
Uh,
Yeah, that's the normal place, the normal NASA rocket place.
mm, Hawthorne, California. Mm,
Yeah, SpaceX is
yeah.
planning on um building a pad here in Florida. I think that's big enough to launch their Super Heavy here, as in addition to over in Texas. So if they do that,
Gregor, Texas.
that would be a big that would be a big change, a
Scarface.
big construction project. Most of what they've been
Mm.
doing here so far has been leasing launch pad space that had been previously used by NASA. So they're just borrowing it
Um,
from the government, upgrading it to their needs and
um,
their
one
systems. But
question.
hmm,
Are they like actually looking for aliens when they go to space, or are they just doing other stuff?
no, not
Good stuff.
aliens.
Okay.
They're looking for life, maybe. But when you say
And
aliens,
with
I think
aliens, life?
intelligent little green men. I'm looking more for like fossils of bacteria that may have been, you know, alive on Mars millions of years ago, millions of years ago, before it became barren, or looking for evidence in the
Um,
surface water, looking for evidence that the surface temperature may have been higher. You know, looking for aliens is
there.
that's SETI's job.
Um, Jeff says, "Oh, Pookie, one thing. Listen to Junior Walker's Shotgun right away. It's great. You'll love it." After that, Jim says, "Which state almost has a SpaceX town coming? Texas? Question mark."
Texas, yeah, Texas basically building their own. Texas basically gave SpaceX free rein to build their own entire ecosystem there. So that's why Elon is all super hard over Texas. Um,
Mm.
Launching here in Florida is cheaper because they've already got the existing infrastructure, but uh, he has the potential over in Texas to tailor it all um, to his liking. So um, there's that, and he's got um, he's got over here in Florida. There was a vote. I'm not sure if it passed or not. I need to check on it, but they've been trying to make it to force NASA to move mission control from Houston over here to Florida because they're saying, why is mission control in Houston when all of the rockets that they're dealing with, all of NASA's everything is all based in Florida? Except, I mean, there's the
There,
rockets are built in Billington, Montana, but you know, all of the launch operations, all of the maintenance and assembly, everything is all done in Florida. Why are they but really they just want to force the bring the high paying jobs over here to Florida, basically, is um what they're really after. But you know,
Jim
I don't know
says,
how that would impact SpaceX.
Jim says, I expect them to only using it as a means of arms. Now, like horology, and then a correction says uses the moon. Sorry. Hmm.
Them who? Them SpaceX use the moon?
I'm assuming so. Yeah,
I'm
that's what we were
confused.
talking about at the time. I was
So
raising my hand so I could cut you off and get the comment in where you're talking about it, but
yeah,
um,
it's hard to
nothing.
interrupt me once I start rolling. I'm sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, I
It's
would
all
say
right.
this is all a huge waste of resources. Um, because first of all, we don't have um the fuel to get anywhere, and the moon has nothing on it, and
Oh,
uh,
the moon does have, yeah, there's significant amounts of iron ore up on the moon. I believe there is frozen water at the poles.
oh, when you go up there, you get a glass of water. All right,
Well,
and
I'm not going to the moon base, but somebody will, and I bet it's only a matter of time before some generation will have bottled moon water here on Earth, and that will be a terrible thing, I think. Uh, like peak commercialism, right?
I
Plastic
went
bottles
I
of
went
moon
to
water.
I went to a I forgot what the place is called. Like for like where they have a bunch of stuff from the moon. They said was from the moon or whatever. Um, not a museum, but yeah, they had this machine that they said they can use to look at or look at the moon and try to like look at planets and tell you what the surface is made of.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's interferometry. You can tell from looking at the full spectrum and which lines certain substances absorb light at certain frequencies. So you can look for that like a fingerprint. Um,
Mm.
it's pretty interesting. But quick back real quick. Yeah, water ice is located in permanently shadowed craters at the poles. So that'll be important if permanent residents are ever sent to the moon. Mm. But helium-3 is abundant on moon compared to the Earth, and helium-3 will be a very critical resource for potential future nuclear fusion reactors. So for the ultimate in clean zero emissions um, electricity, you still need a fuel of some sort. And the ideal fuel for fusion is helium. And we're losing it here on Earth. I know you've mentioned
right,
that
yeah,
the balloons.
it drives me insane what they're doing with
So,
helium.
the moon could be a good, if we can tap those resources, that's a reason to go there. That's a
Yeah,
legit good
all right.
reason, I think.
Um, that could be on the docket for next time, or we can keep going.
I think it would be a good thing on the docket for next time if that's something Kevin wants to engage in. But
Yeah.
yeah, I'm starting to feel pretty beat here. I think
Mhm.
um, yeah.
All right. Well, that
Even though I could
that is
get all
officially our
worked up
longest
and
stream,
energized,
4 hours.
4 hours on the dot. How about that?
4 hours on the dot. Um, yeah, I need to go eat breakfast and go back to sleep. I'm just kidding. Uh,
Hey,
probably
more
just
sleep
lay
is
down.
never a bad thing. That's my opinion.
I have insomnia, so if I sleep now, I definitely won't sleep tonight. So, uh, what I
But with
do
the
is I just
sleep,
smoke and I just nod off for 3 minutes, and then I come back, and then I do it again, then I come back, and then I got enough naps throughout the day.
you should eat a
Mhm.
big spoonful of peanut butter with some RSO on it. A good
I was thinking
indicator.
about it. Kevin needs some right about now.
Yeah, I need to get up and move. I'm just,
That's what I got to do. I
yeah.
got to start moving or I'm gonna go to sleep. Um, yeah,
Yeah.
it was a good day, you guys. It's a freaking awesome
Mhm.
day. Uh, Mark, you want to tell him to come back and check us out? Smash
Do I
that
want
like button.
smash? Well, you catch me when I've
It's
got
your turn.
candy in my mouth and I'm salivating like crazy.
Smash that like button. There you go.
Yeah.
I
Like,
sound
subscribe,
like,
smash the like, smash the
subscribe.
like. Yeah. Bell notification icon. There we go.
Hmm.
Nailed
Get
it.
to it. Yeah.
And
We're
we will see you
practically
whoever's
professionals at this
watching.
point.
All right.
Oh, shit.